Again, Israel, today's presentation will be called The Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora. We will use this day, this season, in this presentation to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the clean and the unclean, and between the right and the wrong. We will show with this presentation and the title thereof, The Hebrews Passover and the Diaspora, we will show that our brothers and sisters that perpetrate such a fraud is truly in error. There has never been a Hebrew Passover while they found themselves scattered on the four corners of this earth. So again, we will use this presentation to make a difference and to show our brothers and sisters that they are in error and to praise Yahweh for all that we have found in our holy scriptures that he said he did and done. So in reproving our brothers and sisters, we are praising our Creator. Brother Yamin will read Psalms 77 and Psalms 81 for us all, and then we will come back, reintroduce the title of today's presentation, and we will get right into it. You got the mic, my brother, Yamin Israel.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 77, please. That is Psalms 7:7. It reads, I cried unto Elohim with my voice, even unto Elohim with my voice, and he gave ear unto me. In the day of my trouble, I sought Yahweh. My sword ran in the night and ceased not. My soul refused to be comforted. I remembered Elohim and was troubled. I complained, and my spirit was overwhelmed. Selah. Thou holdest my eyes waking. I am so troubled that I cannot speak. I have considered the days of old, the years of ancient times. I call to remembrance my song in the night. I commune with my own heart, and my spirit made diligent search. Will Yahweh cast off forever? And will he be favorable no more? Is his mercy clean gone forever? Does his promise fail forevermore? Hath Elohim forgotten to be gracious? Hath he in his anger shut up his tender mercies? Selah. And I said, this is my infirmity. But I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High. I will remember the works of Yahweh. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. I will meditate also of all thy works and talk of thy doings. Thy way, O Elohim, is in the sanctuary. Who is so great that Elohim is our Elohim? Thou art the Elohim that doest wonders. Thou hast declared thy strength among the people. Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people, the sons of Yaakov and Yosef, Selah. The waters saw thee, O Elohim, the waters saw thee. They are afraid. The depths also were afraid. The clouds poured out water. The sky sent out a sound. Thine arrows also went abroad. The voice of thy thunder was in the heaven. The lightnings lightened the world. The earth trembled and shook. Thy way is in the sea, and thy path in the great waters, and thy footsteps are not known. Thou leddest thy people like a flock by the hand of Moshe and Aharon. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 81, please. That is Psalms 8:1. It reads, sing unto Elohim our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the Elohim of Yaakov. Take the psalm and bring hither the tremble, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this is a statute for Israel, and a law of the Elohim of Yaakov. This he ordained in Yosef for a testimony, when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pot. Thou calledest in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. And Meribah is denoted as strife. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me, there shall no strange deity be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange deity. I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lusts, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of Yahweh should have submitted themselves unto me, but their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied thee. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And as my brother just stated, and confirmed, according to Psalms 81, picking up at the 13th verse, Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of Yahweh, for there are truly haters of Yahweh, should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. So if we would have hearkened unto Yahweh, if our fathers would have hearkened unto Yahweh, and Israel had walked in his ways, we truly would be under the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We would truly be under the Passover and every one of the 7 feasts that we find in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. But they didn't. They didn't. Thus, we find ourselves in the enemy's land, needing to be saved out of it. And once we are saved, according to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, through the 48th chapter, we find that they will be restored. Not just the people, but every one of the 7 holy feasts of Yahweh will be restored just like the people. So today we must wait on Yahweh. We must fear Yahweh. We must hope in all that Yahweh has said and done. No more taking Yahweh's name in vain, telling the people to do the best they can. For Yahweh never commanded his people so. He commanded his people to do all. There was not one thing that Yahweh commanded Israel that they could not do, wholeheartedly. But for some reason, we find ourselves among many people teaching to do the best you can. Could that only be because they are leaning upon their own understanding? Could that be because they refuse to confirm every word? Because if they do, they will find that they are truly in error to teach any man just to do the best they can, to teach any man that they are under the covenant of Yahweh, being in the enemy's land. I just wanted to interject that. Again, today's presentation will be called The Hebrew Passover in the Diaspora. Before we get started, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. I would also like to ask the listening audience at this time to get themselves a pen, a piece of paper, and a holy scripture that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth upon this great presentation and this title, The Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora. It tells us, or let me start at this angle. There are 2 side notes that I would love to deal with first before we get into this presentation. The first is dealing with our dear beloved brother John Perry, who just lost his daughter a few days ago. John Perry, he studies with us. He has a radio station, I think it's called Israel Radio. And right now he's in mourning. I had already sent condolence to him by way of the house of Yeshurun, and I ask y'all to pray for the brother and to send your condolence to the brother. I just wanted to share a few chapter and verses dealing with comfort, allowing us all to know how Yahweh feel about our pain, our troubles, and how he is always near, and that his mercy endures forever. And the few Psalms that I selected, the first one is found in Psalms 10. Let's all turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalms 10. We will get into the presentation in a minute, but I wanted to make sure we send our condolence to our dear beloved brother in his day of loss, and all our days of loss. So we all lose our brother and our sister. He ain't the only one. We losing her too. So let's show our sympathy and our condolence. Psalms 10. And it reads, why stand thou afar off, Yahweh? Why hidest thyself in time of trouble? The wicked in his pride does prosecute the poor. Let them be taken in the device that they have imagined. And please take note, Yahweh is not a respect of person, nor is he colorblind. The Almighty, when he denotes the wicked, it can be of your own house, it can be of your own tribe, it can be the enemy, it can denote the Gentiles. So don't think when you're reading these verses and it talk about the wicked and his pride does prosecute the poor, that this is just talking about the Gentile or a white person. No, it's also talking about one in your own house. Wicked is wicked. So today we find a lot of our brothers doing very wickedly toward our sisters. And we see a lot of our sisters doing very wickedly toward our brothers. So the wicked is the wicked. Thus it reads again in the second verse, the wicked in his pride does prosecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. For the wicked boast of his heart's desire, and blessed covereth whom Yahweh abhors. The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after Elohim. Yahweh is not in all his thoughts. His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above, out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffs at them. He has said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity. He sits in the lurking places of the villages. In the secret place does he murder the innocent. His eyes are privately set against the poor. He lie in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lie in wait to catch the poor. He does catch the poor. And when he draw him into his net, he crouch and humbles himself, that the poor may fall by his strong warns. He has said in his heart, Yahweh has forgotten. He hide his face. He will never see it. Arise, Yahweh Elohim. Lift up thy hand. Forget not the humble. Wherefore does the wicked contend, Elohim? He has said in his heart, Thou will not require it. Thou hast seen it, for thou behold mischief and spite. To requite quit it with thy hand. The poor commits himself into thee. Thou art the helper of the fatherless. Break thy the arm of the wicked, and evil in the evil man. Seek out his wickedness till thou find none. Yahweh is king forever and ever. The heathen are perished out of his land. Yahweh, thou hast heard the desire of the humble. Thou will prepare their heart. Thou will cause thy ear to hear, to judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the earth may no more oppress. So many times we are oppressed by our brothers and sisters, and it allows us to know that Yahweh is the judge, and he is just. So when we are oppressed by our brothers and sisters, oppressed by the wicked, all we can do is depend on Yahweh. All we can do is depend that Yahweh, the King, will take care of these things. Also, Psalms 23. Let's read Psalms 23, verse 4. And it tells us in Psalms 23, verse 4, Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, for we truly walking in hell. We truly walk each and every day in the shadow of death. I will fear no evil, for that's where you're going to find it. For thou art with me. It is hard walking in the shadow of death by yourself. We need the mercy of Yahweh each and every day, especially when we find ourselves walking in the shadow of death. But it tells us, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Also, Psalms 46. Psalms 46. And it reads, Yahweh is my refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not we fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though the waters thereof roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with swelling thereof. Selah. There is a river, the stream thereof shall be glad, the city of Elohim, the holy place of the tabernacles of the Most High. Yahweh is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. Yahweh shall help her, and that right early. The heathen raged. The kingdoms were moved. He uttered his voice. The earth melted. Yahweh of hosts is with us. The Elohim of Jacob is our refuge. Selah. Come, behold the works of Yahweh. What desolations he hath made in the earth. He made war to cease and to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in slender. He burned the chariots in the fire. Be still, Israel, and know that I am Elohim. I will be exalted among the heathen. I will be exalted in the earth. Yahweh of hosts is with us. The Elohim of Yaakov is our refuge. Selah. And one more place that I would love to use is found in Psalms 126. Psalms 126. In our words of condolence and comfort, Psalms 126. And it tells us all. In Psalms 126, and it reads, when Yahweh turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dreamed, meaning all that we endured was nothing but a nightmare. It reads, then was our mouth filled with laughter after the captivity was turned. Then was our mouth filled with laughter and our tongue with singing. Then said they among the heathen, Yahweh have done great things for them. Yahweh have done great things for us, wherefore we are glad. Turn again our captivity, Yahweh, as the streams in the south. They, please take note, that sow in tears shall weep in joy. He that go forth and weepeth, bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. So all we trying to do is send words of comfort to our brother and praise Yahweh at the same time, because Yahweh is righteous all the time. Even if we understand it or not, Yahweh is righteous, and can't nothing happen in our life that Yahweh do not allow. So we are the ones that got to figure it out. We are the ones that got to understand our purpose in life. But we also must understand, as Job said, and let me get there to quote it correctly, as the great man Job said, we're going to leave it with that. Job, the first chapter. And what we find in Job, the first chapter, it says, one second. I lost my place. It was in my mind, but I'm looking for Job, where Job said, and I thought it was in the first chapter. One second, please. One of the places I wanted to bring out that Job spoke on, and it's in the 21st verse of the first chapter of Job. And what we find here, where Job tells us and said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return tighter. Yahweh give, please take note, and Yahweh have taken away. But in all that we endure, we are to bless the name of Yahweh. Thus it tells us in the 22nd verse, and all this Job sinned not, nor charged Yahweh foolishly. And one more place I wanted to go, where it talk about good and not evil. And it is in the 2nd chapter, the 10th verse. And we will close on this note dealing with the words of comfort. Job, 2nd chapter, the 10th verse reads, but he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speak. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of Yahweh? And shall we not receive evil? Please take note. And all this did not Job sin with his lips. He was never going to accuse Yahweh of being unrighteous, no matter what happened in his life. He lost his daughters, his sons, he lost his wealth, but he never charged Yahweh foolishly. He never said, what is you doing? He never said, why me? He never, none of those things that will denote him sinning against Yahweh never came out of his lips, nor should they come out of ours. Praise Yahweh each and every day. Another side note that I would love to get to before we get in the presentation, that way my chain of thought will stay focused, is signs of heaven. We have rumors. I guess the people scared or worried about what is called the blood moon. And we have people that is dismayed because of what is called the eclipse. And I wonder why. Why are people worried about a blood moon? The moon supposed to be so far away from you. Why are you worried about a blue moon or a blood moon? Why are you worried about an eclipse? The Almighty said, dealing with man, there is no weapon formed against thee that shall prosper. And if you truly fear Yahweh and trust in Yahweh, you know there is nothing. No type of device, no weapon, no threat of a weapon or destruction. If you truly trust in Yahweh, then those things don't mean nothing to thee. So I was asked by several people about the blood moon. What you think, brother? I was asked by several people what you think about the eclipse. And there's nothing new under the sun. This is not the first appearance of the blood moon, nor of an eclipse. So when your brother and sister ask you these questions, you must use your wisdom. And your wisdom is based on the fear of Yahweh and departing from evil. So when you use your wisdom, as our dear Father Solomon said, we are to accept or use acceptable words to show our brother and sister the understanding of these matters. So I thought about the matter, and I come forth with these acceptable words dealing with the signs of heaven, which will include our brothers and sisters' thoughts on the blood moon and the eclipse and any other eclipse that they try to scare you with. It tells us we'll start off by the law. Let's go to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. And I'm just bringing forth what I have found, because I don't think none of the people that asked me about this subject wanted to hear my opinion. I thought, and I truly believe, they wanted to know what the Bible says about those things. And that's why I'm coming this way. I don't give my opinion. I don't know nothing about science, nothing about the moon, the stars, or none of that. So I'm not going to act like I'm an expert, but I will let you know what Yahweh has said about those things. Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. And what we find in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, if we pick up at the 19th verse, these great words. And it reads, I'll start at the 15th verse and read to the 19th verse. That way you might understand exactly what Yahweh said in the 19th verse. It reads in the 15th verse of the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh speak unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Note the 19th verse. In relations to the blood moon, in relations to the rumor about the eclipse, it says, and least thou lift up thy eyes into heaven, and when thou see the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven. And I think the blue moon or the blood moon is up in heaven. I think the eclipse is up in heaven. Thus it tells us, we that have eyes and can see, it says, even all the host of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh thy Elohim, note, have divided into all nations under the whole heaven. So here in this warning, we see that our fathers were warned to not acknowledge the signs that were in heaven and turn to worship toward them. And a lot of people say, well, brother, you using that out of context, because we just asking you about the blood moon. And we just asking you about the eclipse. We ain't saying we worshiping it. Well, you're not saying it, but you are, because your fear or your dismay or your worry is about those things. And those things denote either the power of the true and living Elohim, or it denotes the God that you worship. And those rumors come from the gods or the people of the gods that you worship. These rumors don't come by way of Yahweh. These rumors and the things that we fear today ain't in the book. So, as I have always taught, when you put a man words before Yahweh words, then you made that man God unto thee. So many times these concerns come by way of religion. They come by way of somebody else God that the people is following. And that's why they concerned. And that's why we are showing today not what you might find in the New Testament or the Quran, but what you find in your Holy Scripture dealing with these matters. And so far, the Israelites were not to fear. They were not to be dismayed at any of the signs of heaven. Thus, let's take a look at the 17th chapter. Make sure you writing these chapter and verses down. And the first one you should have, Deuteronomy 4, verse 19. Now let's take a look at Deuteronomy 17, verse 2. And this is the law that we don't find ourselves under today, but we are at least teaching what was told to our fathers and allowing us to know what our fathers were not to fear. And if we try to simulate anything that we are reading, it allows us to know that we are not to fear them either. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, the 2nd verse to the 5th verse, and it reads, if there be found among you within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, man or woman, that have wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim. I told you wickedness also, with the wicked can also be us. If the Almighty telling us about us committing wickedness, well, the wicked commit wickedness, and he talking to us, Israel. So it tells us, if there be found among you within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, man or woman, that have wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim, and transgressing his covenant, and have gone, please take note how our fathers would transgress the covenant, and have gone and served other gods, and worshiped them, either the moon, or either the sun, or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. The Almighty never told us to worry about the signs of heaven, nor fear them. And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such an abomination is wrought in Israel, the 5th verse, and that's the last verse we'll read on this in this chapter. Then shall thou bring forth that man or that woman, which have committed that wicked thing, into thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. Don't sound like the Almighty wanted us to worry about the signs of heaven. And it sounds like if you start worrying about them, it would represent some form of fear or some form of worship. And Yahweh told our fathers when he brought them out of Egypt to fear no gods. And the Almighty is relating the gods to the signs of heaven. And I know many of you might don't see it yet, but I ain't done. Let us also take a look in the book of Jeremiah. The book of Jeremiah, and let's take a look at the second verse to prove that your brother is not making up anything. Jeremiah, the 10th chapter. You want to know what the Almighty said about the blood moon? You want to know what Yahweh said about the eclipse? Well, let's turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 10th chapter. And let's read the first two verses. And it reads, Hear ye the word which Yahweh speak unto you, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh, not your brother. Thus said Yahweh. And what did he say? Learn not the way of the heathen. What is the way of the heathen? And be not dismayed, scared, terrified, worried. The Almighty told our fathers, Thus said Yahweh, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not scared at the signs of heaven. I think they teaching that the red moon or the blood moon is a sign in heaven. I think they're teaching that the eclipse is a sign in heaven. Where the Almighty said, I don't care what they tell you. I don't care what they show you. He said, learn not the ways of the heathen, and be not scared, terrified, worried, nor dismayed at the signs of heaven. Why not? For the heathen are scared at them. Do you get it? The heathen supposed to be scared, not you, because you deal with the Creator. You know who made all those things, the blood moon, the eclipse. You're not worried about that. But the heathen are. The heathens are dismayed. What Almighty said, you don't supposed to be. Well, what if they come up with a bunch of stuff? You don't supposed to be. If you trusting in me, you're not scared of no blood moon. If you trusting in me, you're not worried about an eclipse. If you trusting in me, you ain't worried about the virus and all that, because it won't come night thee if you trust in me. Even though you might see thousands of people dying, it didn't come night you, did it? Was you sick? It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the Psalms 74. I got about two more and we jump into presentation. Psalms 74. And Psalm 74 tells us about this eclipse and this blood moon and any other sign that the heathen is afraid of. Psalm 74. And it tells us in Psalm 74, and it allows us to know that we didn't look for signs in the heavens, not the signs that denote Yahweh's wrath or his blessing. But our signs came by way of prophetic vision. Our signs and things that was going to befall us was told to us by way of man, by way of prophecy. The Almighty told us in Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, all the things that the nations use. But he told us not to use them, nor be dismayed of them. But Yahweh said, when I want to speak to you, I will send a man, a prophet, just like into Moses. And that's how you will receive your signs and your visions. Thus, in Psalm 74, I just want to read this one verse to allow us to know what our people looked for. It says in the 9th verse, we see not our signs. It's not talking about in heaven. If you don't understand that, read Deuteronomy 18. It says, we see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that know how long. So the Almighty lets us know in this verse that the signs that will be revealed to the Israelites wouldn't come by way of the heavens. It will come by way of a mouth of a man that Yahweh put his words in him to tell us whatever. So our signs, our visions was always based on the man, the prophet that Yahweh will put his word in them and send them to us, and they will reveal the signs. They will reveal the visions. The Almighty never left it to the heavens. It also tells us in Psalms 91. Let's turn there, please. Psalms 91. And it tells us in Psalms 91 these great words. And it reads at the very first verse, he that dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of Yahweh, he is my refuge and my fortress, my Elohim, in him will I trust. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shall thy trust. His truth shall thy trust. His truth shall be thy shield and thy butler. And note these next few verses. Not just dealing with the blood moon, not just dealing with the eclipse. It reads in the 5th verse, thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walk in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. Note, 1,000 shall fall at thy side. So say if the eclipse dropped something, some type of meteor or something dropped to the earth. Well, the Almighty saying, if you trust in me, all you're going to know about that is what you find out on the news. It ain't going to come night deep. Even though you just seen on the news it killed 1 million people, it didn't kill you. It didn't touch your house. Thus it reads in the 7th verse of the 91st chapter of Psalms, 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand. That's 11,000 so far, and you ain't included. But it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thy eyes shall thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. It's going to fall on the wicked. So if something's supposed to happen with the blood moon, if something's supposed to happen with the eclipse, the Almighty is reassuring his people it's going to fall on the wicked. It won't come nigh thee if you trust in me. If you don't learn the ways of the heathen and be afraid of the signs of heaven like they do, like they are, it's not going to befall you. Now, if you do, you might be a recipient of the rumor. You might be in the midst of the 11,000 that fall by your side. But if you truly hope and have faith in Yahweh, you know whatever's going on in heaven, it ain't going to befall you. Thus it reads in the 9th verse, because thou hast made Yahweh, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. Note, for he shall give his angels charge over thee. And y'all that don't believe in angels, you better believe it. You better start believing in them. For Yahweh said he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy feet against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and the adder, the young lion and the dragon shall thou trample under feet. Because he hath set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high. Why? Because he hath known my name. He know what my name represents. With long life will I satisfy him and show him or them that fear me and not the signs of heaven, my salvation. And in closing on this matter, dealing with the signs of heaven, dealing with the blood moon and the eclipse, I'll use one more, and that is found in the 3rd chapter of Proverbs. And then we'll get right into the lesson. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Let's start reading at the 24th verse to the 26th verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 23rd. Then shall thy walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. If you trusting in Yahweh. If you ain't trusting in Yahweh, you might be afraid when you lay down, based on the rumor of the blood moon, or based on the rumor of the eclipse. But the scripture tells us by way of wisdom, when thou layest down, and thou shalt not be afraid, yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid, be not dismayed of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes. Why not? For Yahweh shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. So your brother comment to all his brothers and sisters about the blood moon and the eclipse is this. Fear Yahweh and depart from me. Don't worry about the dismay of the heaven and earth that the heathens worry about. Trust in Yahweh and not the rumors. Fear Yahweh and not the rumors. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Proverbs 30. And let's get into this great presentation that we have prepared for the people today, which is called the Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora. And we will start this presentation off by way of warning. Thus, we should all find ourselves in Proverbs, the 30th chapter. Proverbs, the 30th chapter. And we will read the first 14 verses. And what we find in Proverbs 30 is these great words of warning. And we have chosen these words of warning to introduce this great presentation today. Thus, we find ourselves in Proverbs 30, the very first verse, and we will read to the 14th verse. And it reads, the words of Agur, the son of Jacob, even the prophecy, the man speak into Itiel, even into Ethiel and Ucal. Surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. Who have ascended up into heaven, or descended? Who have gathered the wind in his fences? Who have bound the waters in his garment? Who have established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And I'll go ahead and tell you. His name is Yahweh. And what is his son's name? I'll go ahead and tell you. His son's name is Israel. If I can tell, we already told it. Every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. So there's no need to worry or be dismayed about an eclipse or any other sign in heaven. It tells us, add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. Two things have I required of thee, deny me them not before I die, Yahweh. Remove far from me vanity. And when you're talking about the blood moon and the eclipse, it's all vanity. And lies, give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. Why? It says in the 9th verse, lest I be full and deny thee, and say, who is Yahweh? And that's how many of us act when we think we're rich. Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my Elohim in vain. And that's how many of us act when we find ourselves poor and distressed, don't know which way is up. We find ourselves stealing. And the Almighty said, when you do, all you're doing is taking my name in vain. Accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thy be found guilty. There is a generation that curses their father. And I swear, this is one of those generations, because our sons and daughters are doing a lot of cursing toward their fathers and mothers on a daily. It reads, there is a generation that curse their father and does not bless their mother. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. I swear this is one of those generations, because we got people saying that they are holy, that they are under the covenant of the law, that they are under the Sabbath. The Almighty said, by way of wisdom, there is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness. There is a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes, and their eyelids are lifted up. The last verse that I will read in this great chapter, the 14th verse, and it reads, there is a generation whose teeth are as swords, and their jaw teeth as knives. To do what? To devour the poor from off the earth, and the needy from among men. Today's presentation is called The Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora, and we will start teaching on this great Passover that was never done in the diaspora by picking up at Genesis, the 15th chapter. We are trying to let the people see what this great Passover denotes, because based on the rumors and based on their reenactments, they do not know the spiritual significance of this great Passover that was done for the children of Israel. And today, we pray that the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in Yahweh's sight, our master, our master, and our Redeemer. So we hope to bring forth the acceptable words that the Almighty will open up your ears and your eyes to allow you to see and hear. So we chose to use Genesis, the 15th chapter, to allow us to know where all this promise originate from throughout the acts of the Passover. The Passover was not just something thought of, but it was based on a promise that was made with Abraham and his seed. Thus, let us all turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 15th chapter, if we read the 13th verse to the 21st verse, and it reads, and please take note of every word, because it will allow you to connect the spirituality of what is being said and covenanted with Abraham and what we see when the children of Israel comes out of Egypt and what the Almighty said before he brought them out of Egypt, which will connect the spirituality of what was done in Exodus and what is being said in Genesis. Thus, let's start at Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th verse. And it reads, And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land, not the world, but in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. Let's stop, because we've been reading this chapter and verses for years, and still the people have not received the knowledge of the Holy. They cannot receive or conceive what is said in the 14th verse. For there is instructions being given, and there are directions being given. And we must take heed of every word, for every word of Elohim is pure. So if we accept these words as pure, if we allow these words to be pleasant into our soul, then we should readily understand the direction and the instructions found in the 14th verse. And here they are. It reads, and also that nation whom they shall serve. Well, let's stop, because we trying to compare. We trying to use similarity. Well, what it tells us is Israel, or the seed of Abraham, will find themselves being servants and afflicted. And it even gives a time. It says 400 years. So it allows us to know that a people will find themselves in a land that is not theirs. They will become servants, and they will be afflicted. It even gives us a length of time. The next verse, which is the 14th verse, lets us know that the nation who we served will Yahweh judge. So, if you find yourself in the servitude right now, if you find yourself in the affliction right now, well, you know you can't be that holy people. You know you can't be under the Sabbath. You know you can't be under the law. And one might say, well, why not, brother? Because what it says in the 14th verse. After you found yourself in that funky situation, Yahweh got to come and judge. Well, the enemy ain't been judged. And it says, after Yahweh come and judge, shall they come out with great substance. So the Israelites haven't came out of here with no great substance, nor have the enemy been judged. We're just using that in comparison. We're going to take you to the place the Almighty speaking about, and we're going to show these things coming to fruition, because we confirm every word. But I wanted to stop and emphasize this 14th verse, because it allows you to know where you at. If you using this chapter and verses in comparison or in similarity, it allows you to know where you at and where you should be. And we see it every day. We find ourselves in a land that is not ours. We find ourselves under rigorous servitude. We find ourselves angry and afflicted every day. Well, what are we waiting on? To perpetrate the Passover? To act like we keeping the Sabbath? Or are we waiting on Yahweh to visit us, judge the enemy, and let us go? Based on the 14th verse, it is the latter. The 15th verse reads, and thou shalt go to thy father in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorite is not yet full. And it shall come to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, and to thy seed, note the covenant, because that's exactly where they went after Yahweh brought them up out of Egypt. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, and to thy seed have I given this land. From the river of Egypt into the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenzites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Gershites, and the Jebusites. And what do those names represent? It represents the reward that Yahweh promised Abram, the blessing that Yahweh promised Abram and his seed. So you wind up in a place that denoted all of your dwellings. It was a place that you, as the Israelites, just inherited. And not only just inherited, but the Almighty wanted the world to know that this land was possessed by you. This is your land. This is your land forever. Just like they say the Sabbath is forever, where your dwelling has always been in the land of Canaan from the day that you walked in there. You just punished today, so that same dwelling cast you out. But your dwellings have always been only the land that Yahweh covenanted with your father. Let us turn our holy scriptures to Exodus, the 2nd chapter. Exodus, the 2nd chapter. And what we find in Exodus, the 20th chapter, or Exodus, the 2nd chapter, is the flight that the Israelites took to be able to be a recipient of the Passover. Many people teach, well, the children of Israel kept the Passover in Egypt. Why can't we keep it in America? Well, based on the story, there was no celebration of the memorial of the Passover done in Egypt. What we're going to read is the initial coming out of Egypt and the initial judging that Yahweh said he was going to judge the heathen with, or the people that you found yourself in servitude and affliction among. The Almighty in the 14th verse of Genesis, the 15th chapter, said, I got to judge them. And then you come out. Thus, we are showing that the children of Israel found themselves in a land that is not theirs. And Yahweh is going to judge those people, when he come and visit Israel, and then he going to bring Israel out with great reward, as he said. And in this bringing out with a great reward, will we have and show the firstborn being slaughtered of Pharaoh all the way down into the dungeon. And we will show that the Israelites was passed over, that the death angel passed over them. Well, today, the death angel is not passing over us. We are dying every day, even our youth. So there's no proof that your reenactment has anything to do with our current situation, because our children are dying every day. The death angel has not passed over us, and we must ask ourselves, why not? Because Yahweh have not came to visit us, because Yahweh have not had respect into our mourning and to our cry, because Yahweh have not came to save Jacob out of his trouble. That's why not. But we keep reenacting as if Yahweh is allowing the death angel to pass over us. That's what it denotes, Israel. Thus, we find in Exodus, the 2nd chapter, the 23rd verse. And it reads, and it came to pass in process of time, for there's a time and season for everything under the sun. Thus the scripture tells us, dealing with the Israelites in Egypt, and it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried, and their cry came up into Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Yahweh heard their groaning, and Yahweh remembered his covenant, the same covenant we just started with. Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th verse to the 21st verse. With Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. So we see the spiritual connection to this great Passover and with the promise that was made to Abram. And it tells us something very important in the 25th verse. And it reads, and Yahweh looked upon the children of Israel, and Yahweh had respect into them. Respect into what? Their cry, their affliction. Thus it tells us in the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 7th verse, working our way to the Passover. And Yahweh said, and showing why the Passover took place. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am come down, please take note, to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land, and to a good land, and a large, and to a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place, note the place, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, the same 7 nations that the Almighty told Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Well, the Almighty is telling Moses that this spiritual Passover that I'm about to do is based on the promise made with my friend Abel. Thus, it continues to tell us, as we read in the 9th verse, now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come into me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, note, and I will send thee into Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said unto Yahweh, who am I, that I should go into Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he says, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee, that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth, please take note, the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve Yahweh upon this mountain. And Moses said unto Yahweh, or Moses said unto Elohim, behold, when I come into the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the Elohim of your fathers has sent me into you. And they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? And Yahweh, or Elohim, said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shall thou say to the children of Israel, I am, have sent me into you. The 15th verse reads, and Elohim said moreover unto Moses, thus shall thou say unto the children of Israel, Yahweh, Elohim of your fathers, not I am that I am. It says Yahweh, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob have sent me into you. This is my name forever. And as your brother have taught over and over again, the oldest rendering that I have found for the Creator, the Elohim of the Hebrews, is Yahweh. That's the oldest rendering that I have found. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 15th verse, this is my name forever. And this, note, we're not just speaking about the memorial of the Passover, but it's also included with this name, for it says, this is my memorial into all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, I am have sent me. No, that ain't what he told Moses. It says, go and gather the elders of Israel together and say to them, Yahweh, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visit you and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. Just like the Almighty know exactly what is being done to us, being scattered on the four corners of the earth. The fourth chapter, the 22nd and 23rd verse says, leading up to the Passover, to let you see the spirituality of what was said to Abraham and what is being done in Exodus. It tells us in the 22nd and 23rd verse, and thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus said I am. That is not what you're going to find. It says, thus said Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto thee, let my son go. Why? That he may serve me. Well, hold on. Yahweh don't know what he's talking about based on the people. Yahweh don't know what he was doing when he sent Moses based on the people. Because the people tells us that we under the covenant of the law today. The people tell us that we are to rehearse the great statutes of life. We are to serve Yahweh wherever we are at. Well, somebody is lying, and it is not your Creator. For it reads again in the 23rd verse, and I said unto thee, let my son go. Why? That he may serve me. Well, hold on. The houses of Israel saying, we are serving him now. The houses of Israel are saying that those that are not doing what they are doing is evil. They wicked. They sinners. They don't know the book. Well, the Almighty told the most faithfulest man in his house to tell Pharaoh to let my children go, that they can serve me. So ain't nowhere in the world was we serving Yahweh in Egypt, just like there's no way in the world you're serving Yahweh in America and abroad. Unless you're going to add to this word. Unless you're going to confess what we read in Proverbs 30, 5 and 6 is not truth. And we read that every word of Elohim is pure. He's a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee and thy be found a liar. Many people is being found a liar today by this one verse. Thus, let's read the verse again in its entirety. And I said unto thee, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, please take note of these words all the way to the Passover. Behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. Let's take a look at the 6th chapter of Exodus. And what do we find in the 6th chapter of Exodus? It tells us in the 6th chapter of Exodus, I will start at the 5th chapter of Exodus and read the 22nd and 23rd verse and go straight into Exodus 6th chapter to the 13th verse. This is the plight that the children of Israel had to endure before the great Passover came upon them. And the Almighty said this great Passover shall be a memorial where we must know what we are to remember. And that's all I'm showing you. What happened before the Passover and what happened after the Passover. And that is what we are to remember forever. For there was going to be a time that your sons was going to ask you, Father, what means ye by this service? And we were not supposed to lie to them as we lie this day. Because if they ask you today, you're going to lie to them. Because based on the scripture, you're supposed to tell them, well, I'm doing this. We are memorializing the Passover and keeping the Feast of Unleavened Bread because Yahweh brought us out as it is this day. Well, you ain't out. Your son going to say, well, Dad, don't forget you sent me to college, and I understand that we ain't out. So why is you telling me that's why we doing this today? The scripture says the Israelites did it because they were brought out. The scripture says the Israelites was commanded to do it and remember it because they were free. The Israelites was said to remember it because Yahweh brought you into the land that he promised. And he was going to place his name among one of your brethren. And when he did, of the 3 pilgrim feasts, which is the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, all the males was to appear. And none of them was to appear empty-handed. Well, where was they supposed to appear? In their land. Was they captives? Absolutely not. They was free. Well, not so today. So when our sons asked us, why are y'all practicing? What are you going to tell them? You're going to tell them the truth? That you just leaning upon your own understanding? Because that would be the truth. It wouldn't be what is written in the scriptures. You can't tell them that because that would be a lie. Exodus, the 5th chapter, the 20 and the 21st, the 22nd and the 23rd verse. And it reads, and Moses returned unto Yahweh and said, Master, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh and told him to let Yahweh's son go, that he may serve him, it reads, for since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath done evil to this people. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. It's all about deliverance. Then Yahweh said unto Moses, now shall thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And the Elohim spake unto Moses, and said unto him, I am Yahweh. It don't say I am, that I am. It does say I am, but that ain't all it says. I am Yahweh. And I appeared unto Abraham and Isaac into Jacob by the name of Elohim Almighty, Al Shaddai. But by my name Yahweh was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan. So I got to take them out of the land they find themselves and take them to their dwellings. It reads, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Please take note. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And what burdens was those? The rigorous servitude, the affliction that Yahweh promised Abram that he would judge those people who your children serve. Thus, the spiritual connection, it reads, again in the 6th verse, wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments, as it is written in the 14th verse of Genesis, the 15th chapter. And note this 7th verse. And I got chapters and verses written down for this particular verse. If we have time, I'm going to bring forth those chapters and verses. If not, I will use this in the next presentation to give and show another angle of the Passover to prove that we were never commanded to do it in our captivity. But if we have time today, we will include it. But note the 7th verse. This verse is very important for us to understand, especially for those that teach we are under the covenant of the law. For those that teach that we are to do the best we can. For those that do not understand nor can make a distinction between the holy and the unholy. For it tells us in the 7th verse, and I will take, and this take ain't Aston. He already sent Moses to tell him. So now the next act is by way of force, by way of might, by way of wonder, by way of marvel. It says, and I will take you to me for a people. Stop. What do that mean? Mr. Wise Man and Wise Woman. What do that verse mean? If the Almighty profess that He's going to take you, can you already be taken? Can you already be there without Him taking you by way of force, by way of judgment, by way of might, by way of wonder, by way of marvel? You mean that you can already be in that condition without Him taking you with His great powers? You got to be kidding. And when you say that, you take His name in vain. because he's going to do all that he has said. Thus, it tells us again in the 7th verse, and please circle this verse, and I will take you to me for a people. And note what else it reads. And I will be your Elohim. It reads, and I will be to you a Elohim. Well, hold on. There's a time for everything, right? And the Almighty gives us the time. He even gives us the order and how he would do it. How can we not see this? Unless we are just teaching rebellion against Yahweh. How can we not see this? In its entirety, the 7th verse reads, and I will take you to me for a people. And I got some nice chapters and verses that will blow this 7th verse out the water. It will truly let you know that ain't nowhere in the world we can be practicing here in America. And ain't nowhere in the world we can say that Yahweh have allowed us to enter his holy Sabbath. Because when we read Exodus, the 31st chapter, the 13th verse, it allowed the Israelites to know that the Sabbath will be a sign. And the sign only denotes that Yahweh has chosen you, that Yahweh has sanctified you, that Yahweh has set you apart. And guess what else the sign would denote? That you are his children and he is your Elohim. That sign is not on us today, brothers and sisters. We are not set apart today, brothers and sisters. We are not sanctified today, brothers and sisters. Nor are we holy, let alone free. It tells us in the 8th verse, after Yahweh redeem us, after Yahweh bring us from under the burdens of the Egyptians, after Yahweh rid us out of their bondage, it tells us that Yahweh will take us for a people, and he will be to you a Elohim. And ye shall know. Today we don't know, but it lets us know in that day you should know, believe, and understand that I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you in, note the covenant, into the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. So it lets us know if we were truly free, you wouldn't find yourself in Egypt. You should find yourself in the land of Canaan. That's the promise. It continues to tell us, and to Jacob, and I will give it you for inheritance. I am Yahweh. Note the 9th verse. And Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel. And that's probably why people can't hear us today, because it says Moses spoke so unto the children of Israel. But they hearken not unto Moses. Why not? Because they are oppressed, because they are afflicted, because they find themselves under rigorous servitude, because they find themselves not in their land, because they find themselves messing with other gods. It says, and Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel, but they hearken not unto Moses. Now, what did he tell them? All that we just read. Yahweh here. He coming to visit you. He's going to judge them. He's going to bring you out, and he's going to bring you in to the land of promise. He heard our cry. He seen our affliction. Well, the 9th verse says, Moses said that unto the children of Israel, but they hearken not unto Moses. Why not? It reads, for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. So it allows us to know it's really hard for our brothers and sisters to hear the truth when they oppressed it. It's really hard for our brothers and sisters to hear the truth when they have an angry spirit upon them because of the oppression. So the Almighty got to kick in the door. The Almighty got to show the light. Your brother can't even really warn you. The Almighty got to act. And before we got to the 9th verse, what did Moses say in the 5th chapter? The 22nd and the 23rd verse. What did Yahweh say in the 1st verse of the 6th chapter? So it allows us to know that the Almighty is the one that's going to save us out of this. Our brothers can't even save us out of this. We won't even hear our brothers today. And look at our people today. Look how many times we are fussing with our brothers and sisters telling them they ain't under the Sabbath. And they are so arrogant, today will come up with books and say, well, we kept the Sabbath in Egypt. And we reading the story of them being in Egypt. And it has nothing to do with Sabbath. So it continued to tell us in this 6th chapter, at the 10th verse, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses speak before Yahweh, saying, behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, and who am of an uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel and unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Thus, in the Israelite plight or flight, we find Exodus, the 11th chapter. Because the Almighty said, now you will see. Now shall thou see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go. And with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. Let us turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 11th chapter. Exodus, the 11th chapter. Let's start at the 1st verse, and we will read Exodus, the 11th chapter, to Exodus, the 12th chapter, the 51st verse. And let's see, did the Israelites celebrate the Passover in Egypt? Did they do the Passover, or did they celebrate the memorial of the Passover in Egypt? Because that's what is written in Exodus 12. That's what most people use to establish why they are keeping the Passover here in America. Well, we're going to use it too, and we're going to show the conclusion that they came up with is terribly wrong. That is not the significance of the Passover, nor did the Almighty ever tell Israel to remember such a way and do it in captivity. Even the ways that you're teaching today, the Almighty never commanded his people to do it in captivity. The 11th chapter, the first verse reads, And Yahweh said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh. This is the last plague. The Passover was not a plague. The last plague is the death angel killing the firstborn of Pharaoh, like Yahweh said was going to happen in Exodus 4:22-23. And the death angel, under the order of the Creator, is to pass or jump. The Hebrew word for Passover is jump. Jump over the houses of Israel and land exactly on the wicked or on the Egyptians. Thus it tells us in the first verse, And Yahweh said unto Moses, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus said Yahweh, About midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even to the firstborn of the maid servants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it anymore. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know, please take note, that ye may know how that Yahweh does put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. Well, okay then. Before the difference is put up, what or how was Israel seen among the Egyptians? Before Yahweh remembered the covenant, you were seen just as wicked as the Egyptians, because you was learning their ways. You was fearing what they was fearing. You was doing what they was doing. So Yahweh had to save you out of that, clean you up, and in his saving, he chose you to be his people. And in his choosing, he chose to be your Elohim based on the covenant that he made with your fathers way back when. And we are to wait and hope in these things. Thus, it continued to tell us, again in the 7th verse, But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know, believe, and understand how that Yahweh does put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger, and Yahweh said unto Moses, Pharaoh should not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. Note how Yahweh wants all the glory. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Exodus 12, verse 1. Note the flight. And Yahweh spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next into his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. And ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, the sheep and goats that the Israelites had. And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper door posts of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw or boiled at all with water, but roast with fire his head, with his legs, and with the prudence thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remain of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. Not throw in a garbage can. Burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your lion's girdle, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Passover. What does it mean? It reads, For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment, as it is written in Genesis 15, verse 14, I am Yahweh. And the blood, no, and the blood shall be to you for a token upon the house. So the Almighty using the firstborn blood as a token. The blood of the lamb as a token for the death angel. That way, when the death angels see the blood that you put on the doorpost based on the ordinances and the statutes of the feast of Passover, it tells us, and the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague of death shall not be upon you to destroy you when I smite the land of Egypt. So we all just sing the rights, the ordinances, what was said to be done, what day, when, how much, and then it tells us what to do with the blood. The blood was used as a token that we put on our doors. Not for a week, not for a month, not for the rest of the year, but for this particular night. Because the Passover was done in that night. The next day they left. But we got people saying, well, they were celebrating the Passover in Egypt. And I guess they was doing it all the way until Yahweh came and got them out of there. No, you didn't. According to what we're reading, according to what we see with our own eyes, the Passover was just done at the night. By morning, it was over with. By morning, you was free. By morning, you was on the road to the wilderness. You didn't go back to work in Egypt. But those that perpetrate the Passover today, they always go back to work. Because ain't nothing happened. It tells us, Israel, in Exodus, the 12th chapter, the 14th verse, once these things was commanded to be done, the Israelites was instructed according to the 14th verse, and it reads, and it says this, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial. So from that day on, it was supposed to be a memorial to the Israelites. Why? Because they are free. And we're going to show these words being fulfilled. We won't be able to show them being fulfilled in captivity or another man's land, but we're going to be able to show them being fulfilled in the wilderness while Yahweh was among them, while Yahweh was a light or a cloudy pillar by day, a cloudy pillar by day, and a pillar of fire by night, testing them to see if they would do all that he said once they got in the land. So we can show where they had another Passover. It wasn't in Egypt. It was in the wilderness. Why in the wilderness? Because they were gone and they were free. And then we're going to show the next Passover actually being done in the land. Soon they got in there, according to the book of Joshua. It tells us, Israel, in the 14th verse, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast. by an ordinance forever. So this feast, this memorial, this Passover is only done by way of ordinances. And every one of these words had to be obeyed. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread, and take note of what this ordinance is saying, and these ordinances denote the memorial that people say they are keeping. Well, the memorial does not denote you keeping the Feast of Unleavened Bread in Egypt or where you find yourself today. They didn't stay in Egypt for 7 more days and then they left. But you are. You say you observing, remembering, memorializing the Passover, and then you tell people to get rid of leaven, don't eat no leaven, and you find yourself doing that 7 days here in America. Not so with this story. Not so with the Israelites. They didn't do 7 days of Feast of Unleavened Bread in Egypt. Show me. We reading it. But you do. And you say you only do so because you obeying Yah. Somebody lying. The scripture is pure. "7 days," the 15th verse again, "7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever, note, eat leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation." That's impossible. How are you going to have an holy convocation without being holy? That right there should be a red flag. When you first was taught this mess, that should have been a red flag. Well, hold on, brother. I know you teaching this, but it says that there should be an holy convocation. Is that talking to us? How can we have a holy convocation being in the enemy's land, being defiled, being unclean, being filthy? It tells us, and in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No matter of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. That only may be done of you. And ye shall observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Please take note of the ordinances. These ordinances denote the memorial of the Passover. And ye shall observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. That is why you are observing it. Therefore shall you observe this day. It reads again, Israel, ye shall observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore, the reason why shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever, because this is the day I brought you out. Well, today we're not out. I bring up this all the time. It might not be a good example, but I bring up what the heathen do. The heathen have what is called the 4th of July, and they have Memorial Day. They got Veterans Day. They got all these days. But note the significance of their days. When they talk about independence, when they talk about the Civil War and how they fought against their brothers and all that, and they won, they won their freedom and all that. Then they had the 4th of July, cooking barbecue, hot dog, all that mess. And then they had the memorial. They celebrate it every year. Well, what is so different about what they celebrate and their status compared to what we celebrate in our status? They celebrating their memorial. They celebrating their independence. And every time they do it, guess what? They find themselves free in their land. But we do our memorial. We talk about our independence. We talk about our freedom, but where we find ourselves at? In hell, in jail, in captivity, scattered. Having a Passover in the diaspora. Come on, Israel. So far, we ain't read nothing that will justify our brothers' teachings nor their doings. It continued to tell us in the 18th verse, in the first moon, on the 14th day of the moon, at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the moon at evening. That will give you 7 full days. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. Whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Well, today you don't have to worry about that because you already cut off. If not, please show me the congregation of Israel. It tells us whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Well, what land is the Almighty talking about? What land is the Almighty denoting? Where they just came from or where they going? And if you know the truth, you know it's where they're going. So how could you apply this to yourself for where you at? You ain't went nowhere yet. You ain't been visited yet. You ain't been saved yet. The person and the people that you find yourself serving and being afflicted by haven't been judged yet. So these words shouldn't be in your mouth, not in the way of doing. Yeah, we could teach it all day. We can keep it in our memory and hope in every word, but we don't supposed to do it. That shows we don't understand what we read. And it ends by saying whether he be a stranger or born in the land. And it sure ain't talking about the land of Egypt. It's talking about the land of promise. For there was one law for the stranger that sojourned among the Israelites that was bought by their money, born in their house, and there was only one law for those that was born in the land, which denotes the inhabitants of the land, which was none other than the Israelites. Ye shall eat nothing leavened, in all your habitation shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and sprinkle the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians, and when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance according to every word we done read, to thee and to thy sons forever. Note, and it shall come to pass, note, and it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land. What land? Our brother said, Israel dwellings is wherever you at. Well, the Almighty calling you a lie, and it says, it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised. So it lets you know that these things don't supposed to be done until you come to that land. Other than that, you're calling your creator a liar. It says again, I think I left off at the 25th verse, and it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. Also, it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? And we are the children today. We asking our forefathers, or we asking our brothers and sisters, we asking the elders that is older than us, that have taught us this mess, we are asking them today, what means ye by this service? Why are y'all throwing leaven away? Why are y'all buying lambs from the grocery store? What is this? What is this service? What means ye by this service? And Almighty guarantee that your children is going to ask you. And we are asking today. It reads, that ye shall say. Anything other than that is a lie. You lying to your children, and you doing one of the abominations that Yahweh hate. He hate a liar. So he telling you, it says, that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice. It also allows us to know that you can never keep this day without all the ordinances. Don't tell me we ain't got no priest. Don't tell me we ain't got no altar. Don't tell me we don't sacrifice or we can't sacrifice in America. Because all you telling me is that not only all three of those things are correct, but you also ain't supposed to be keeping no Passover. You can readily tell us, well, no, we don't supposed to keep we don't supposed to have a sacrifice, but you can't see the rest of it. When Yahweh commanded all, come on, that's easy to understand. If the Almighty command you to do all, that don't mean you do, and all consists of 5. That don't mean you can do 2 and be accepted. That don't mean you can do 4 and it's accepted. You got to do all 5 for it to be accepted, if that's what he commands you. So we know our reenacting, us perpetrating, us walking around in a delusion like we holy is only evil. It does not represent righteousness. Every word of Elohim is pure. That is the righteousness. You can't make something righter than what Yahweh said. He said, who can say, and it come to pass when I commanded not? Lamentation 3, verse 37. And y'all are those. That's the question. Well, y'all are the people that Yahweh is accusing. Who can say, and it come to pass when Yahweh commanded not? Y'all the ones saying it. He ain't commanded it. And guess what? It ain't came to pass. You just saying it. When he commanded not. It continued to tell us, Israel, in this 12th chapter, it says that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over, who jumped over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed their head and worship. They bowing their head and they worshiping because he did it. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. But we just read in the 6th chapter when Moses was told to tell the people that, they wouldn't even hearken. Because of the angry spirit they had on them, and because of the toil and the rigorous servitude that the enemy made them serve. But when the Almighty started to act, we just read in the 28th verse, and the children of Israel went away. Excuse me, let me see where I'm at the right chapter. Yes, I think I went at the wrong place. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. It says that they bowed their head and worshiped because of what Yahweh is doing. First, it was just the rumor. At first, it was just the talk. And once he started to act, that's when they obeyed. They worshiped. Thus, the 29th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sit on his throne, and to the firstborn of the captives that were in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry. This is the same night that the Israelites were doing the Passover. It says, a great cry in Egypt, for there was not an house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, arise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh. So even Pharaoh understood, they got to be set free to serve their Creator, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herd, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people, so they didn't stay a week, that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we be all dead men if we don't. And the people took their dough before it was leavened. Thus you have the unleavened bread, because they left in haste, their kneeling trough being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. Not so you and I today, perpetrating and reenacting this great act. And they bought of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent into them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel, note, they left. People act like they celebrated something in Egypt and stayed there and went back to work like you do today. It says, and the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Shechem, about 600,000 on foot that were men besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they had brought forth out of Egypt. For it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt and could not tarry. Neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it came to pass. And it came to pass at the end of 430 years, note, the prophecy being fulfilled, even the self-same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. And after the Almighty said they came out that day, my word was fulfilled. I brought them out that day. And note what the 42nd verse says. It is a night to be much observed, because it transpired at night. In the morning you walked out. It reads, it is a night to be much observed. This is what you're supposed to memorialize. Not you perpetrating something in Egypt and that don't represent freedom. It says it is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh. Why? For bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generation. So when you're doing the memorial of the Passover, it better denote this. When you're doing the ordinance of the Passover, it better denote this, because your children are going to ask you, what means ye by this service? And if you don't teach it as it is written, you are lying. If you don't find yourself free, hooking up this lamb, and your children ask you what means you by this service, you in error. You in error. And if you're doing it today in error, and your children ask you what means you by this service, you will be lying to them. Because they're going to realize, the Almighty going to make them realize, just like he made us realize, that you ain't free. And you only told me y'all doing this because this is what Yahweh commanded. Well, Yahweh commanded that to a free people. And he commanded them to remember this night forever by way of a memorial. And then he give you the ordinances of the memorial. Well, today, we are memorializing, practicing, and everything else under the sun for what happened in Egypt, and we are not a recipient of it because we find ourselves back in Egypt. So we can't be a recipient of it. We find ourselves back in captivity. We find ourselves back crying and being afflicted. We find ourselves back in a situation that we need to be saved out of. So why are we doing the Passover in the diaspora, being scattered, being in another man's land? It continued to tell us in this 12th chapter, in the 43rd verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. Well, we got all type of Passovers being done in the United States and abroad, and we got calendars and maps and charts that supposed to represent all these strangers as the children of Israel, and they all be in your feasts. They all be in your feast. You got Mexican, Puerto Ricans, all type of people in your feasts, and trying to reenact holiness in an unholy place. So you got people as imposters for Israelites, and they are the heathen. They are the strangers. But you saying you reenacting this, which you can't, because you're not in the place to do so, nor in the situation, because you're not free. You are the stranger today. It continued to tell us in the 44th verse, but every male servant, please take note, is brought for money. This is not talking about you. You ain't got no servants. You ain't buying nothing. You've been bought and sold. It says every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner, the Mexican, the Puerto Rican, any other foreigner other than Israel, a foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the houses. Well, a lot of these brothers and sisters that call themselves perpetrating the Passover, they don't burn the leftovers. They take leftovers. They make plates for people that wasn't able to make it, and in case they hungry later on that day or whatever the case is, they do not do what is written. For it tells us, again in the 46th verse, in one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn, note what the stranger is, with thee, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be, note, as one that is born in the land. Why as one that is born in the land? That's a $1,000 question. Why should the stranger be as one that is born in the land? The answer is plain. Because they find themselves in the land keeping the Passover. If it was supposed to be or if the Almighty taught that our dwellings was wherever we was at, this would read that it will read in this wise. It will read like this. And he shall be as one that is born in the world. But since it denotes a specific geographical location, that is not what we find. We find, and he shall be as one that is born in that central location, in that land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. Again, Israel, one law shall be to him that is homeborn. Why they keep saying homeborn? Because these things are supposed to be done in your dwellings, in your inheritance, in the land that you possess, the land that your fathers possess. His landmark is never supposed to be moved. Thus, they're talking about this one geographical location, which is commonly known as the Promised Land. Not the Promised World, the Promised Land. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourn among you. Thus did all the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. We don't supposed to do what our brothers and sisters talking about. We only supposed to be taking heed to these words. He is our lawgiver. And it came to pass, no, the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. The 13th chapter, the first verse. And Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, and note this, sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whosoever opens the womb among the children of Israel, both a man and a beast is mine. What is the spiritual significance of this verse? It reads, and Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey. Please take note, your Creator told you, I don't care what your brothers and sisters and them are teaching today, your Creator told your forefathers that thou shalt keep this service in this month. So it lets us know from the beginning of the 5th verse all the way to the end. It lets us know about a land that we was supposed to go to, and he swore unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey. Why? It reads, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. It is plainly telling us that this service was only supposed to be done in the land of promise. That is plain. You can read other translations. You don't have to be out of King James. Read other ones, and I guarantee they all say the same. That is plain. That the Passover was supposed to be done in the land that Yahweh gave them. Nowhere else. And the Passover denotes being free. Because the next thing your brother and sister's going to say, being wise to do evil, well, they kept it in the wilderness. Well, one thing about that keeping in the wilderness, brothers and sisters, they were free and you're not, and nor are you in the wilderness. You're not in the wilderness being in the man's land. So why would you use that to go against the words that you're seeing and hearing? It continues to tell us, brothers and sisters, 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day there shall be a feast to Yahweh, and all of Yahweh's feasts require a sacrifice. And Yahweh commanded Israel to bring all that is commanded upon that day. So you can't come half-step. You can't come the best you can, nor can you come according to your own understanding. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt, so far we got the house, we got the quarters, we got all your habitation, and we're going to even read your coast that will denote it's talking about a particular geographical location. The 8th verse says, and thou shalt show thy son, note, in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. So again, the scriptures is telling us the only reason that the Israelites will be keeping the memorial of the Passover is because of what Yahweh done for them. They will find themselves in that land of promise, and they will do so because they find themselves free from this great act of Yahweh that we are to remember forever. It says, and if you didn't disobey, as I stated earlier, we still would be under the Passover today. But our fathers disobeyed Yahweh. They got kicked back in the enemy's land. And now it's just a memory. A memory that we hope that Yahweh remember again and come and save us likewise. It tells us, Israel, and thou shalt show thy son, verse 8 of the 13th chapter of Exodus, and thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me, and when I came forth out of Egypt. That is the only reason why you're supposed to be doing it. Or our forefathers was commanded to do it in their land. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a what? Memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh law may be in thy mouth, and with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be, when Yahweh, note Israel, it shall be what was said in the 13th chapter, the first 2 verses. It says, and it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore unto thee, and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee. It says that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast, the males shall be Yahweh's, and every firstling of an ass, thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou will not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. No. And all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem. The exact same thing the Almighty said in the 13th chapter, the 2nd verse. Or the second verse, sacrifice unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opened the womb among the children of Israel, both a man and a beast. So this sacrifice have a lot to do, everything to do with the Passover. So in obeying the Passover, we were also to sacrifice our firstborn sons to the Creator. We were to offer our firstborn sons to the Creator. Just like observing every word of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, we were supposed to observe every word dealing with offering our firstborn son. Because Yahweh sanctified us and killed the firstborn son of Pharaoh and all the firstborn of beasts. Thus, the Almighty said, in replacement, you sacrifice your sons to me. But they don't get killed. They get redeemed. Thus, it continued to tell us. I think I left off. The 10th verse, I shall therefore keep this ordinance in its season from year to year, and it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanite, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast. The male shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass, thou shalt redeem it with a lamb. And if thou will not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck. And it tells us, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem. And it shall be when thy sons ask thee. He's going to ask you about that too. Because it all denotes the Passover. It all denotes your salvation. It all denotes you being free. So it tells us, and it shall be when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? Now what you doing, Dad? That thou shalt say unto him, thy strength, no, past tense, by strength of hand, Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh, past tense, would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, son, the reason why, son, I sacrifice to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. And it shall be a token upon thy hand, and for frontlets or memorial, as we read in the 12th verse, 12th chapter, frontlets or memorial between thy eyes. For by strength of hand, Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt. it continues to tell us if we pick up, we just left the 13th, let's go to the 23rd chapter of Exodus. Exodus, the 23rd chapter. And what we find in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, as the law was being taught and given to the Israelites once they came up out of Egypt during that day, it tells us in the 14th chapter, or the 23rd chapter, the 14th verse. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the moon Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And that's you being out. While you being out, you were not to appear before him empty. And you being out only denotes that Yahweh has saved thee, that you are a free Israelite under the statutes of Yahweh. Not so when you find yourself in hell. Thus it tells us, as I have commanded, the latter part of the 15th verse, I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out of Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty, the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and this was never done in the wilderness, because it took your land to get the harvest. And the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field, your fields. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. It also tells us, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain into the morning. That which remained into the morning was supposed to have been burnt by fire. The first of the first fruits of thy land, not wherever you at, thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look at Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Dealing with the Hebrews' Passover in the Diaspora. And so far, we don't find no instructions where Yahweh ever commanded his people to have a Passover in their diaspora while they are scattered, while they are in exile, while they are in captivity. There is no words of instruction for the Israelites to do such a service in such a place. We are showing the holy between the unholy. It is unholy to do it any other place than Yahweh commanded. And so far we have found that Yahweh only commanded Israel to keep the Passover in the land that they was to possess. So far that is. We're going to show where it was done in the wilderness. But it was done in the wilderness because Yahweh was among them and he commanded them so. And according to Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, he commanded them so to test them to see if they would obey his voice or not. So that is the only reason why we find the things done in the wilderness. But mind you, that ain't an excuse for you because they were free. And they were being tested by their Creator to see if they would do it when they got in the land. Has nothing to do with us today. Has nothing to do with a bunch of Catholics. Has nothing to do with a bunch of people in the diaspora scattered on the four corners of the earth trying to reenact your tradition or your culture or your way of life. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, we pick up at the 4th verse. I'll start at the 1st, and we'll just read to the 8th, because the Sabbaths are also included in the feast days. And many people might say, well, you're right, brother, about the Passover. You're right, brother, about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We can't do that here today, but we can keep the Sabbath. Well, the Sabbath is included in these feasts. So let's read. Let's see, can we keep one without the other? And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. And these feasts, it says, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. Well, in the concerning of the feasts, it tells us in the 3rd verse, 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. Again, Mr. Hardhead and Mrs. Hardhead, and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. Now, we done read several chapters and verses, and all we done heard thus far is about a land that Yahweh promised us, our forefathers. When he came to visit us in Egypt, he brought up that name on that land again. He said he got his name on it. He said he swore to him. And then we wind up in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Read the 3rd verse, and our understanding of the dwellings is wherever you are at. And please, Israel, that is ridiculous. The Almighty from Genesis, the 15th chapter, gives us the map. He tells us where we're going. We even can look in our holy scriptures and date every route we took to the land. And I'll show you where you can find that at. But what I'm trying to show you is it never speak about any other place. The whole hope that the Israelites was receiving in the wilderness, it denoted a land called the Promised Land. So how can we make it following the instructions all the way up to Leviticus? We ain't even in the land yet. All the way up into Leviticus 23, and the story changed. Now, dwelling mean wherever you at. We done started from Genesis all the way up to Leviticus 23. We don't hear about nothing but the land of promise. The land of promise is even named. And then we get up in the 23rd chapter, the 3rd verse, and every instruction that Yahweh has given us have went out of our ears. It ain't even in our head no more. To where we read and say, according to the 3rd verse of the 23rd chapter of Leviticus, when it get to in all your dwellings, we are teaching our brothers and sisters that we don't understand the words of Yah. We don't understand the promise of Yahweh, so we're going to tell you your dwellings is wherever you are at, and that's exactly what has happened. I've been arguing with our brothers and sisters for years, just trying to tell them what Yahweh promised our fathers. And they will say, in their ignorance, because they want to be right, no, brother, this says wherever we at. Matter of fact, who got a dictionary? Don't nobody care about what Webster said the word dwellings mean. When you look up the dictionary giving you the word dwelling in general. This dwelling is specific. This dwelling denotes one geographical location. This dwelling denotes the promise, the inheritance that was promised. So I just want to put a little emphasis on this word dwelling and Sabbath to let you know that you could never be under the Sabbath, nor in your dwelling being in the land of your enemy. The scripture tells us our forefathers forsook Yahweh in Jeremiah the 9th chapter. And their dwellings cast them out. The same word you find here with the same definition. Their dwellings cast them out. And wherever they land was not their dwellings. Their dwellings was the one that cast them out, as the law said it would do if they perpetrated the abominations in that land. So no more are we going to play around with this great word of promise. This word dwelling means way more than what you playing around with, because this dwelling denotes the promise, and Yahweh is not a liar. It continues to tell us in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 4th verse, these are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their season. And the 14th day of the first month at even is Yahweh's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month, because we was out of there, is the feast of unleavened bread. And to Yahweh, 7 days he must eat unleavened bread. And the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But, note all the rites and the ordinance thereof, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire. Just like I said, there's a Sabbath for all the feasts of Yahweh. There's also an offering made by fire out of every one of his feasts, which you readily proclaim sometime you can't do in America. Well, all his feasts require a sacrifice, a burnt offering, done by way of the priest on the altar, which you have none. Even the Sabbath days. If we say we keeping the Sabbath day, well, keep it as it is written. And the Almighty was talking about us all. We rarely forget that and say, well, that's the priest. Well, he's talking to us all, though. So when you point, that's the priest, that concludes the whole. He just letting you know one out of the 11 tribes is the ones that's going to do the sacrifices. He's not saying, well, this is only done for the Levites. No, this is done for the whole Israelite community, but this is the brother that does it. That's what it reads. So when we try to fake pump our brothers and sisters and say, well, we're doing this, but we can't do that. No, you're speaking without understanding. The reason you can't do that, and it's a proof you can't do that, because you just admit that the priest ain't here. And you try to throw the buck on the priest, saying, well, we ain't got no priest, that's why we can't do the sacrifices today. We ain't got no altar, that's why we can't do the sacrifices today. Well, the priests represent the whole community in doing, especially dealing with the offerings. The priests represent the whole community, the whole house of Israel. So if they can't do it, if they ain't available to do it, then that only means you ain't supposed to be doing it. But I understand. I know what we've been taught. And we got a lot of unteaching to do. We got a lot of mistakes to clear up. But I know why you think like you do, because you've been taught it. You weren't born believing this. You were taught this. But we're going to unlearn you. We're going to show you by confirming all that Yahweh said exactly what you're supposed to learn. So it tells us, Israel, that was the end of dealing with the Sabbath and dwellings and the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in Leviticus 23. So let us now go to Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. We going in chronological order. We are showing the people the flight that the Israelites took from the day that Yahweh told them this day or this month is the month of Abib. From that time all the way out, we are going chronological order to show our brothers and sisters exactly how the Israelites kept the Passover and what Yahweh commanded them to do. That way we can compare what we read to ourselves, and we can see and make a distinction of how unholy we truly are compared to these holy words that we are reading. Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. And we have many subjects or many lessons on this particular subject. Many. This day, we're just coming with this angle. And next week, we might come with another angle. Whatever angle it takes for us to open up our brothers and sisters' eyes to glorify Yahweh and to make a difference between the holy and the unholy, we will continue to bring forth angle after angle. Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, the first verse. And we will read to the 8th verse. And it reads, Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover to Yahweh thy Elohim. For in the month of Abib, Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim. No, sacrifice it. Of the flock and the herd and the place which Yahweh shall choose. To place his name there. Well, based on what we just read and based on the acts of the people, they are saying his name is here because they call themselves perpetrating it here. It tells us in the 3rd verse, thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shall thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. So I guess today they eating the bread of affliction even though they still being afflicted. Well, not so with the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The Feast of Unleavened Bread denotes that you wasn't being afflicted no more. Thus, you left in haste. You left so quick that you didn't even have time to prepare it. That's why it's unleavened. That's why it denotes the bread of affliction. Well, today, they say they celebrating the Feast of Unleavened Bread for 7 whole days. And guess what happens on the 8th day? You still afflicted. The 9th day you afflicted. The 10th day you afflicted. That ain't what happened with the Israelites. But that's what happens with you. Trying to keep a Passover in the diaspora. Thus it reads, again in the 3rd verse, thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it, talking about the Passover. 7 days shall thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou came forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou came forth out of the land of Egypt all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee. And they eating masa crackers, trusting the Jew boy that ain't no leaven in there. So they following the heathen, and they start eating masa crackers and all that to no avail. It's all vanity, and you say, why? It reads, again in the 4th verse, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts. So all along, while you in the class and all that, eating masa crackers and all that mess, you still not doing what Yahweh said. Soon you come out of that house, that class, guess what? Leaven is seen throughout your coast. Based on the command, that's impossible. For it reads again, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coasts 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrificed the first day at evening remain all night until the morning. Because we know what it says in Exodus 12, 19, 20, what you're supposed to do with it. Thou mayest not sacrifice. Please take note. This definitely includes your captivity. It says, thy mayest not sacrifice the Passover with any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim gives thee. And he ain't give us these. But at the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name in. There, and there only shall thou sacrifice the Passover at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thy came is forth. No, came is pretense, past tense, something that already happened. It says that thy came is forth out of Egypt, and thou shalt roast and eat it in the place, not wherever you at, not being right in your own mind. It says in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, and thou shalt turn in the morning and go into thy tent. 6 days shall thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn, a holy assembly to Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt do no work therein. If we drop down to the 16th verse of the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, it reads, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, the 3 great pilgrim feasts, and they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Note, every man shall give as he is able. What? Able according to his job? Able based on him having a job, being unemployed, or what you mean, y'all? It says, every man shall give as he is able according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he have given thee. So this is talking about somebody free. This is talking about somebody in the land. This is talking about somebody being a recipient of the increase, the first fruits of that land. And the Almighty promised and tell them they better not show up empty. Every man should give as he is able according to the blessing, not according to your employment, not according to your education, not according to what school and college you go to. That has nothing to do with these great words. And the only way that you can bring forth the blessing, you got to be in the land. You got to be in the land. You got to be participating. Matter of fact, you got to be participating in the 3rd feast, which is the Feast of Ingathering. For you to be a recipient of the blessing and for you not to show up empty, you got to be in the land to be a recipient of the increase, and that increase is usually picked during the Feast of Ingathering. You got the first, the Feast of Weeks, and then you got the feast that's at the end of the year, which is the Feast of Ingathering. So you will have to be in the land to fulfill the 16th and the 17th verse. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. So it tells us, Israel, if we leave this chapter, and let's backtrack a little bit, because it just told us where the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread was supposed to be done, why, when, and where. But we also want to include all the rites thereof. So let's take a look in the book of Numbers before we show where the Passover was actually done once we got out of the wilderness. Numbers, the 9th chapter, denotes us still in the wilderness. So let's bring forth that truth. Let's show that the people can't use their reasonment that they've been using far as being unclean or being in a journey, because the Almighty has made provisions for those that are unclean and find themselves on a long journey. And this provision only allows us to know with surety that the Almighty promised Israel to keep these feasts only in the land of promise. Thus, we have provision for when one is clean or when one is unclean or in a long journey. If what our brothers and sisters teach, according to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, that our dwellings is wherever we at, we wouldn't need no provisions. If the man was on a long journey, it wouldn't make no difference, would it? Because he can just keep it wherever he at. But the Almighty lets us know, no, that's not my way. That is not my rights. That is not my ordinances. That is not my words. Thus, I'm going to give you provisions of what y'all supposed to do if you find yourself unclean or if you find yourself on a long journey. Numbers, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 9th chapter, we pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, "And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the 2nd year, after they were come out of the land of Egypt." Well, here it is. We see that the Israelites kept another Passover after they came out of Egypt. And it was done the 2nd year after they came out of Egypt. The 2nd verse reads, "Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. In the 14th day of this month, at even, ye shall keep it in his appointed season." How? The best we can, it reads, "according to all the rites of it, and according to ceremonies thereof shall you keep it." There is no other way of keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And Moses spake to the children of Israel, and that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled by a dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, "We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Israel?" And Moses said unto them, "Stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you." And that's exactly what our brothers and sisters should do. Every time they have a concern, they should stand still dive in this book and see what Yahweh has said about what you want to do or what you thinking. It reads, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your prosperity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, and we all are unclean based on that. The Almighty said our land and the enemy's land is defiled by our blood. We know what all done happened here, especially the first 200 or 300 years here. You know how much blood done been shed in this land? So the land is truly defiled. Well, we're trying to find similarities to ourselves and what our forefathers might have endured. And the Almighty is letting Moses know what to tell them people that is defiled by a dead body, and what to tell the people that find themselves on a journey. And then we're going to read it, and then we're going to try to compare it to ourselves to let the world know it has nothing to do with us today. Thus it reads in the 10th verse, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your prosperity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahweh. Is that saying he should keep the Passover while he's unclean? Is that saying he should keep the Passover even though he find himself on a long journey? No, it does not. Thus, the 11th verse reads, the 14th day of the second month at even they shall keep it. It is a provision that Yahweh is giving the children of Israel because they find themselves unclean or because they find themselves on a long journey. It continues to tell us, the 14th day of the second month at evening they shall keep it, and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break any bone of it, according to all the rites and according to all the ceremonies thereof. It reads, according to all the ordinances of the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean. So we read the provision for one that is unclean or on a journey. And all it allows us to know is that they were to keep the Passover the second month on the 14th day, because they find themselves unclean and because they find themselves on a long journey. Well, we know based on the law found in Leviticus dealing with clean and unclean, being defiled by a dead body, you had enough time to be cleansed in a full moon to keep the Passover the following moon. So based on the law, we have a law that cleanses us from a dead body. So we got a whole month to apply that law to us to be clean by the time the second month comes. Then you keep the Passover. If you were on a long journey, you got a whole month to get your butt back by the second month, the 14th day of that month, to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That is the only provision Yahweh has made for his children, according to our scriptures. But what the Almighty also said was, according to the 13th verse, but the man that is clean and is not in a journey and forbear to keep the Passover, even that same soul shall be cut off from among his people. Why? Because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. So far it allows us to know it's a little more than just keeping the Passover. It's a little more than just taking leaven out of your houses. What Yahweh is focusing on the most is that he did not bring forth my offering. He did not sanctify me. He did not glorify me, even though he swearing up and down he keeping the Passover. Even though he's swearing up and down he taking keeping the feast of unleavened bread. Even though he's swearing up and down he keeping the Sabbath. Even though he's swearing up and down that he under law, the Almighty said this. He said that he was going to accuse them of not bringing, let me get there, I done missed my verse. For not bringing the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season, based on the last sentence of the 13th verse, that man shall bear his sin. It's going to be sin. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Passover, and to Yahweh according to the ordinance of the Passover that we find in the 12th chapter of Exodus, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. Again, the scripture lets us know that these things was only supposed to be done in the land once Yahweh took you in the land. They were done no other place in the world besides in the wilderness when Yahweh commanded them to do so. There is no other place in the world where the Passover was ever done. In the world. It also tells us just to we just gave the law on that provision. I would also like to show a quick testimony of that provision, and we can find that in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And note, we can continue to show the law, and we can show testimonies where our fathers were commanded to do these things and where they ever done them. But we'll never find a law nor a testimony where they did it somewhere else, where they was able to do it the best they can and it was accepted, where they was giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, where they didn't do nothing else but get rid of leaven. We will never find a testimony like that because it will denote the rebellion. It would denote disobedience. It would denote being right in your own eyes. That's why I can't show you no law or no testimony where our fathers did it any other way and it was accepted. Second Chronicles, the 30th chapter. A testimony of the provision that was made in Numbers, the 9th chapter. By the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them. I am trying to show you the light of the matter. That way you can regurgitate all that mess you have been taught. Stop your foolishness. start to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And I'll just read a few verses in this great chapter. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, the first verse. And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehudah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house, note, to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover, and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel. For the king had taken counsel, and his princes, and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the second moon. And we know that the second moon denotes the provision that Yahweh has made for his children that find themselves unclean or in a journey. It reads, for they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves. They were unclean, significantly. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem, where they were still on a journey. It took some time to come from Dan to Jerusalem. You wasn't making that in no one day. That ain't no one-day trip. So it tells us why the provision is made for these people that find themselves in the land or find themselves in all their dwellings. The king sent a letter to all their dwellings to tell them to come to the place that Yahweh placed his name to keep the Passover. And the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, all of their dwellings, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. So the post went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel, throughout all of Israel and Yehudah dwellings, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, ye children of Israel, turn again into Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And please take note, at this time, some of the people are in captivity. And we won't be able to show one record where they kept the Passover, nor the Feast of Unleavened Bread in that captivity. But we can show where the people that ain't in that captivity all came to the place where Yahweh placed his name, and they were able to keep it. And the king going to tell them that in you keeping it, it might show mercy to your brother and sister that find themselves in captivity. What? Us keeping the Passover in our land as Yahweh commanded might be able to show compassion upon our brothers and sisters in captivity? Absolutely. But that ain't all you're supposed to learn out of that. What else you're supposed to learn out of that is that they couldn't keep the Passover where they was at in captivity. Thus it reads in the 7th verse. And be not ye like your fathers and like your brethren, which trespassed against Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to desolation, as you see. So some of the people is giving up to desolation. Some of the people find themselves in Assyria. Now be ye not stiff-necked as your fathers were, but yield yourselves into Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which ye have sanctified forever. And serve Yahweh your Elohim, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. And note the 9th verse. For if you turn again to Yahweh, talking about those in the land, talking about those that received the letter from King Hezekiah, it said, for if ye turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive. Do y'all get that? The Almighty is telling the Israelites that find themselves in the land during the season of the Passover that was unclean, and some of them on a journey. He told them, if you come to Jerusalem like I commanded you. Do all the ordinance and the rites as I commanded you. For if you do, it tells us in the 9th verse, for if you turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive. So that they shall come again into this land. So the Almighty is telling them, if you keep the Passover in your land like I promised, or like I commanded you, I will show compassion on your brothers, your fathers, your family that's in captivity. And that compassion will denote me bringing them back to this land. And guess who will be keeping the Sabbath? Or guess who will be keeping the Passover then? Those people that was in captivity will keep the Passover once they get home. And we got a testimony of that. It's found in the book of Ezra, the 6th chapter. We're going to read it. But there's a testimony of these words. What is said in the 9th chapter, or the 9th verse of 2nd Chronicles, came to pass. After the Israelites came out of the Babylonian captivity, one of the first things it shows us, they kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Just like Yahweh said in this 9th verse. But they had to be free first. We ain't going to find no testimony where they kept it in Babylon, but we will show where Yahweh had compassion based on these words that we find in this 9th verse. And those that were sent in captivity came out of captivity, and they kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread with joy. Thus it tells us again in its entirety in the 9th verse, for if ye turn again into Yahweh, your brother, turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return into him. And that's exactly what the king had to tell all the people by way of a letter and by way of a decree. So the posts passed from city to city. Throughout their dwellings, it reads, throughout the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even to Zebulun. But they laughed them to scorn and mocked them, like a lot of you laugh us to scorn when we showed you what this means. When we try to show you what Deuteronomy 30 means. When we try to show you what Nehemiah 1 verse 9 means. You laughed us to scorn. But it ain't nothing new. That don't mean you was right. You just laughing in your ignorance. For it reads, it says, they laughed them to scorn and mocked them. Nevertheless, you got some people going to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus it reads, nevertheless, the devourers of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. Also in Yehuda, the hand of Elohim was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the princes by the word of Yahweh. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread, and the second month a very great congregation. And they arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem. All the altars of incense took they away and cast them into the brook of Kidron. Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the second month. And the priests and the Levites was ashamed and sanctified themselves and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of Yahweh. And they stood in their places after their manner according to the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. The priests sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified. Therefore the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passover, for everyone that was not clean, to sanctify them unto Yahweh. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar, Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves. Yet did they eat the Passover, otherwise note, then it was written. But Hezekiah prayed, take note of the provision. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, good Yahweh, pardon everyone that prepare his heart to seek Elohim. And Yahweh Elohim of his fathers, though he be not cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. And note, I'll end at this place right here, where I'll go to the 21st verse. It says, and Yahweh hearkened to Hezekiah and healed the people. And Yahweh, and when it said heal the people, mean it made them clean. And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness, and the Levites and the priests praised Yahweh day by day, singing with loud instruments unto Yahweh. So it allows us to know the provision that was made in the wilderness was also applied once they got in the land, according to every word. If there is any exceptions made, it must be made by Yahweh. A man cannot make them. And a faithful man will definitely not make them. He's going to go and see what Yahweh said. He's going to inquire of Yahweh before he tell his brother anything what to do other than what Yahweh already said. That's a fool. That's not a servant. That's not a wise man to come up with something other than what Yahweh said. That's a fool. The scripture says time was every year and every 3 years. If you got any man or any brother or any woman that can come up with something wiser than that, he or she is a fool. I don't care if they say, well, they helping the poor. Well, you using the poor in a foolish explanation. Because that's how they try to get us sometimes. Well, what you doing? You helping the poor? Yes, I do. But not by way of tithes. I'm not helping the poor by robbing the poor. No, I'm not. We get bread and water every day, and it costs nothing. How about you? It sounds like y'all supposed to be teaching, but you robbing the people and teaching the people wrong and robbing them for it, making them pay you for teaching them wrong. Well, we tell them, like Isaiah 55, oh, everyone that thirsts, come drink and eat without money. That's how we feed Israel. The next place we will go to is found in Numbers, the 28th chapter. Let's go to Numbers, the 28th chapter. And that would be the last place we would go dealing with the law. Numbers, the 28th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 16th to the 19th verse. Numbers, the 28th chapter, because Yahweh require all, and we want to know what Yahweh said. We want to know, is it possible to keep something holy in an unholy place? Numbers, the 28th chapter, the 16th to the 19th verse, and it reads, and in the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of Yahweh. And in the 15th day, please take note of this month, is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. And the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein, but ye shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. 2 young bullocks and 1 ram and 7 lambs of the first year, they shall be unto you without blemish. It also tells us, if we take a look at the book of Joshua, the 5th chapter. Joshua, the 5th chapter. And what we find in Joshua, the 5th chapter, let's pick up at the first verse, because we're trying to show our brothers and sisters in this journey, in this flight that Yahweh have taken the children of Israel in, which begins from the Passover. We see that Israel, based on history, only kept the Passover based on what is revealed in our scripture the 2nd year after they came out of Egypt. And then there are laws speaking about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and what Israel was supposed to do when they get in the land. There is no other mentioning of the Passover after Numbers, the 28th chapter, or dealing with Numbers. The last mentioning is found in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. Well, after Deuteronomy, which denotes the 5th book of the law, we have what is known as the book of Joshua. And Joshua is the man that Yahweh put Moses' spirit on, and he was the man that got the charge to bring the Israelites in their dwellings, to divide them their dwellings, to give them their inheritance, to give them the land that they should possess. And when we came into this land, we kept the Passover as Yahweh had commanded, in the presence of Yahshua. Thus it reads in Joshua, the 5th chapter, the 1st verse. And it came to pass, when all the kings of the Amorites, which were on the side of Jordan westward, and all the kings of the Canaanites, which were by the sea, heard that Yahweh had dried up the waters of Jordan from before the children of Israel, until we were passed over, that their heart melted, neither was there spirit in them anymore, because of the children of Israel. At that time Yahweh said unto Joshua, make thee sharp knives, and circumcise again the children of Israel the second time. And Joshua made him sharp knives, and circumcised the children of Israel at the heel of the foreskin. And this is the cause why Joshua did circumcise. Because all the people that came out of Egypt, please take note, that were males, even all the men of war, died in the wilderness. By the way, after they came out of Egypt. Now all the people that came out were circumcised, but all the people that were born in the wilderness, by the way, as they came forth out of Egypt, them they had not circumcised. For the children of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness, till all the people that were men of war, which came out of Egypt, were consumed. Why? Because they believed not the voice of Yahweh, and to whom Yahweh swore that he would not show him or show them the land, which Yahweh swore unto their fathers, that he would give us a land that flowed with milk and honey. And their children, whom he raised up in their stead, them Joshua circumcised, for they were uncircumcised, because they had not circumcised them by the way. And it came to pass, when they had done circumcising all the people, that they abode in their place in the camp till they were whole. And Yahweh said unto Joshua, this day have I rolled away the reproach of Egypt from off you. Wherefore the name of the place is called Gilgal unto this day. And the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal, and note, and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And they did eat, and they in the land now, and they did eat of the old corn of the land on the morrow after the Passover, unleavened cakes and parched corn in the selfsame day. And please take this to note. It reads, the manna that they were being fed with 40 years, it says, and the manna ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old corn of the land. And please take note of this word. If you understand this sentence that we just read in the 12th verse, and the manna ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old corn of the land. If you understand that there was no more manna given to the children of Israel after this day, well, you also understand when you read the Sabbath has ceased. You know what that means. Just like you know what this just said. The manna ceased. They've been getting manna for 40 years straight. Well, when they entered to the land, when they found themselves in the 5th chapter of Joshua, the scripture tells us there was no more manna ever again. It ceased. Now they eat of the increase of the land. There's no need to feed you manna anymore. There's no need to rain down quail on you anymore, because you have entered to the land of promise, and I promise to increase your fields. So no more manna, no more quail. You got it all in your land because I made the manna cease. So if you can understand that, when you read in Lamentation and other places, in the book of Hosea and other places where the Almighty tells us, the prophets that tell the people that the law has ceased, then that's exactly what it means. And you know it, just like you understand this 12th verse. It tells us in closing, and it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, there stood a man over against him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went unto him and said unto him, Art thou with us, or for our adversary? And he said, Nay, but as captain of the host of Yahweh am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face, because he noticed he was talking to an angel. Joshua fell on his face to the earth and did worship, and said unto him, What says my master unto his servant? And the captain of Yahweh's host said unto Joshua, Loose thy shoe from off thy foot, for the place wherein thou stand is holy. And Joshua. So that was the first Passover ever done when the children of Israel got to their destination, which was none other than the land of promise. So far, we have not seen one law nor testimony showing us anything other than the Israelites keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in their own dwellings, in the land that they owned and possessed and inherited. I want to throw a quick note which is going to make us go back into the book of the law, but I want to throw this note in there to allow us to understand about this land and about the word dwelling. Let's take one more quick look in the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers. And I'm going to go ahead and finish on the note that I got. We're going to go all the way to the end, but those other chapters and verses, due to time restraint, we're not going to bring them out, so I can entertain you with these chapter and verses the following week. But right now, let's take a quick look in the book of Numbers again, the 33rd chapter of Numbers. Time is kind of flying. It's almost 9 o'clock. So let me get all this in, but I'm not going to be able to bring forth those other chapter and verses. We'll do that the following week. Right now, let's find ourselves in Numbers, the 33rd chapter. And let's read Numbers, the 33rd chapter. Let's read the first 4 verses. After we read the first 4 verses, we're going to go straight to the 50th verse. Right now, we all should be in Numbers, the 33rd chapter, and this is a great chapter. I'm going to pass up a lot of verses due to time restraint. But please read this chapter in your spare time, because this actually gives us a map of the steps that the Israelites did in their journey from the time they came out of Egypt to the time they entered the land. It gives you the map. It tells you the places, the name of the places, where they pitched, where they put their tent up, where they left, all that. That's what Numbers 33 gives you. I'm just going to read the first 4 verses, and then I'm going to pick up at the 50th verse and read to the 56th verse. But in your spare time, please, Israel, read this chapter. This is a great chapter. It gives you a lot of information on how the Israelites moved in the wilderness for 40 years. Numbers 33:1, and it reads, "These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. And Moses wrote their goings." Note, this is record. "And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment," and I just tried to use the scriptures to show the journey. "For it was a journey that denoted the Passover." It reads, "And Moses wrote their going out according to their journeys by the commandment of Yahweh. And these are the journeys according to their going out. And they departed from Ramses in the first moon on the 14th day of the first month on the morrow after the Passover. The children of Israel went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn because they was killed, which Yahweh has smitten among them. Upon their gods also Yahweh executed judgment." The 50th verse reads, "And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye are passed over Jordan," and we just read it, "into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall note," please take note, "your dwellings," it reads, "and ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land." Well, we dispossessed them, and then we possessed it. That is all your dwellings, brothers and sisters. It says, "And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, all of your dwellings. For I have given you the land to possess it, own it, inherit it. And they shall divide the land by a lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance." It's talking about your dwellings, all of them. "And to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man inheritance shall be in the place where his lot fell." That is all of your dwellings. "According to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit." I'll stop right there with that and continue on with testimonies of our fathers keeping the Passover as it is commanded only in all their dwellings. And let's start off by showing this light by going to 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter. We will close by showing testimonies of this great Hebrew Passover never being done in a diaspora, never being done in exile, never being done in captivity, but only being done where Yahweh commanded all the rights and ordinances to be done at. And that was none other place than all your dwellings, which denotes only the promised land. 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter. It's 27, so this first testimony found in 2 Kings, the 23rd chapter, is a testimony of Josiah. We just showed a testimony in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And this person of 2 Chronicles 30 is the father of this person we about to read. Josiah. Hezekiah was the first person we read about, and it told us that Hezekiah kept the Passover. He sent out letters to the people that they should come and keep the Passover. Well, the next righteous person that we find keeping the Passover and their dwellings is this great man called Josiah. And we find during the time of Josiah that the law was lost, and that the steward, or I think he called the steward, the scribe, was sent to the house and to gather some money from the house of Yahweh. And when he went, he found a copy of the law. And they had the man to go to Hilkiah the priest and to speak to go and inquire. And they went and inquired of Hilkiah, and they went and to inquire of Hadurah, the prophetess. And she showed them the matter of what the law had said. So once they found the words out about the law, it tells us, I'll pick up at the 18th verse of the 22nd chapter of 2 Kings. 22, let's start at the 15th verse. And I wanted to do this to let you know that Yahweh changes not, because at this time the land is unclean. And we're going to find out what they had to do. If we read the 22nd chapter of 2 Kings, you will find out what they had to do before this great Passover was done. So I want to pick up in the 22nd chapter of 2 Kings at the 15th verse, allow us to see what transpired, and then kick in and show this great Passover that the great Josiah kept. Thus the 15th verse of the 22nd chapter of 2 Kings read, and she said unto them, thus said Yahweh of Israel, tell the men that sent you to me. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Yehudah have read. And then it reads, because they have forsaken me and have burnt incense into other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the work of their hands. Therefore my wrath should be kindled against this place, and shall not be quenched. But to the king of Yehudah, which sent you to inquire of Yahweh, thus shall ye say to him, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard, because thy heart was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before Yahweh, when thou heardest what I speak against this place. And I wonder how many people are going to humble themselves today for the words they just heard. It says, when thou heardest what I speak against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and has rent thy clothes and wept before me. I also have heard thee, said Yahweh. Behold, therefore I will gather thee into thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace, and thy eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place. And they brought the king word again. And the king sent, and they gathered into him all the elders of Yehudah and of Jerusalem. And the king went up into the house of Yahweh, and all the men of Yehudah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of Yahweh. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before Yahweh, to walk after Yahweh and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all their heart and all their soul, to perform. That's the only way you could do it. Perform the words of his covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant. And the king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, and the priests of the second order, and the keepers of the door, to bring forth out of the temple of Yahweh all the vessels that were made for Baal, and for the grove, and for all the host of heaven. And he burnt them without Jerusalem in the field of Kidron, and carried the ashes of them into Bethel. And he put down the idolatrous priests whom the king of Yehudah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the city of Yehudah and in the places round about Jerusalem, them also that burnt incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven. How about that? And he brought out the groves from the house of Yahweh without Jerusalem, and to the brook Kidron, and burnt it at the brook Kidron, and stumped it small to powder, and cast the powder thereof upon the graves of the children of the people. And he broke down the houses of the sodomites, fags, homosexuals, lesbians, that were by the house of Yahweh, where the women wove hangings for the grove. And he brought all the priests out of the city of Yehuda and defiled the high places where the priests had burnt incense from Geba to Beersheba, and broke down the high places of the gates that were in the entering in of the gate of Joshua, the governor of the city, which were on a man's left hand at the gate of the city. Nevertheless, the priests of the high places came not up to the altar of Yahweh in Jerusalem, but they did eat of the unleavened bread among their brethren. And he defiled Tophat, which is in the valley of the children of Heman, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Molech. And he took away the horses that the king of Yehuda had given to the son at the entering in of the house of Yahweh by the chambers of Nathan Melech, the chamberlain, which was in the suburbs, and burnt the chariots of the sun with fire. And the altars that were on the top of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the king of Yehuda had made, and the altar which Manasseh had made in the two courts of the house of Yahweh, did the king beat down, because they was all idolaters, and break them down from thence, and cast the dust of them into the brook Kidron. And the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mount of corruption, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtaroth, the abomination of the Zodians, and for Shemos, the abomination of the Moabites, and for Malcolm, the abomination of the children of Ammon, did the king defile. And he brake in pieces the image, and cut down the groves, and filled their places, which Jehoram the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, and had made both that altar and the high place, he brake down, and burnt the high places, and stumped the small to powder, and burnt the grove. And as Josiah, I keep saying Joshua, and as Josiah turned himself, he spied the sepulchre that were there in the mount, and sent and took the bones out of the sepulchre, and burnt them upon the altar, and polluted it. These are all the people that thought they were going to die and get away from the judgment of Yahweh. And what your brother is denoting is what is said in 1 Kings, the 12th chapter. In your spare time, read the whole chapter of 1 Kings 12. It denotes what we are reading right now. It denotes the people that died, and they thought they was going to get away from Yahweh judgment. But Yahweh is allowing us to know, don't nobody get away. So when Josiah began to destroy all the evil in the land, the Almighty had them to dig up those bodies, dig up those priests, those fake priests, and I want you to burn their bones to death. It says this, y'all. It says in Josiah, turned himself, he espied the sepulchre that was there in the mount, and sent and took the bones out of the sepulchre, and burnt them upon the altar, and polluted it according to the word. This was prophesied, and it happened hundreds of years later, but it happened. It says, and polluted it according to the word of Yahweh, which the man of Elohim proclaimed, who proclaimed these words. And you can find that proclamation in 1 Kings, the 12th chapter. In 1 Kings, the 13th chapter, should I say. But it starts from 1 Kings, the 12th chapter. 1 Kings, the 13th chapter is where you find these prophecies against these people. And it happened in 2 Kings, the 23rd 3rd chapter. It tells us in the 17th verse, then he said, what title is that I see? And the men of the city told him, it is the scepter of the man of Elohim, which came from Yehuda to proclaim these things that thou hast done against this altar of Bethel. And Josiah, said, let him alone. Let no man move his bones. So they let his bones alone, with the bones of the prophet that came out of Samaria. All the rest of the bones, all the fake bones of the priests that was made of the lowest people and all that, they was burnt. Sound like this cremation that everybody talk about. When Almighty showed a form of cremation, it denoted punishment. It denoted waking up the dead, burning their bones. Now, why would we do cremation today? Why would we think about cremating our loved ones when we read the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh only did such a thing to somebody that he wanted to punish? Think about this. Because we just read what Almighty said, get all them bones out them graves and set them ablaze. Well, why? Was it a punishment or a blessing? It's a punishment. Well, today, we die. And we got people and foolish children that will do the same thing to us. Say, well, no, we ain't got no money to put them in the grave. Just burn them up. Well, that sounds like a punishment. That's how Yahweh punishes people. Just something to think on. Just something to ponder on before you think about burning up your loved ones. It tells us, Israel, there's so much good food in this, we ain't even got to the Passover yet. But it continued to tell us. And he said in the 18th verse, and he said, let him alone. Let no man move his bones. So they let his bones alone, with the bones of the prophet that came out of Samaria, and all the houses also of the high places that were in the city of Samaria, which the king of Israel had made to provoke Yahweh to anger, Josiah took away and did to them according to all the acts that he had done to Bethel. And he slew all the priests of the high places that were there upon the altar, and burnt men bones upon them. This is a great one to use for cremation. And bones upon them, and returned to Jerusalem. And the king commanded all the people, saying, keep the Passover unto Yahweh your Elohim, as it is written in the book of this covenant. Surely there was not holden such a Passover from the day of the judges that judged Israel, nor in all the days of the king of Israel, nor of the kings of Yehuda, but in the 18th year of King Josiah, wherein this Passover was holden to Yahweh in Jerusalem. So it allows us to know that Josiah was the next one that kept a faithful Passover in the place that Yahweh commanded it to always be done. Also, we find the same thing. I'll just give you this one. That is testified in 2 Chronicles 35. Write that down, please. 2 Chronicles 35, verse 1 to 19. 2 Chronicles 35, verse 1 to 19 tells us, I'll go ahead and read it, even though due to time restraint, we're not going to get the rest of these chapter and verses. I will at least read what I do have in the original list. So that next place was 2 Chronicles 35. I'll just read a few words because all it's doing is coinciding with what we just read in 2 Kings. 2 Kings 23, 2 Chronicles 35 is the exact same person. It is none other than Josiah. So I'll just read a few verses. I'll read the first verse to the 19th verse. And it reads, Moreover, Josiah kept a Passover to Yahweh in Jerusalem, and they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the first month. And he set the priests in their charge and encouraged them to the service of the house of Yahweh, and said unto the Levites that taught all Israel, which were holy unto Yahweh, put the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David, king of Israel, did build. It shall not be a burden upon your shoulders. Serve now Yahweh your Elohim and his people Israel, and prepare yourself by the house of your fathers after your courses, according to the writing of David, king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son, and stand in the holy place, according to the division of the families of the fathers of your brethren, the people, and after the division of the families of the Levites. So kill the Passover, and sanctify yourselves, and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moses. And Josiah gave to the people of the flock lambs and kids, all for the Passover offering, for all that were present, to the number of 30,000, 3,000 bullocks. These were of the king's substance. And his princes gave willingly unto the people, to the priests, and to the Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, Yahiel, ruler of the house of Elohim, gave unto the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. Conaniah also, and Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, his brethren, and Hasbaniah, and Yael, and Yozabad, chief of the Levites, gave unto the Levites for Passover offerings 5,000 small cattle and 500 oxen. So the service was prepared, and the priests stood in their place, and the Levites in their course, according to the king's commandment. And they killed the Passover. The priests sprinkled the blood from their hands, and the Levites flayed them, and they removed the burnt offering, that they might give according to the division of the families of the people, to offer unto Yahweh as it is written in the book of Moses, and so did they with the oxen. And they roast the Passover with fire according to the ordinance. But the other holy offerings sodded they, meaning boiled they in pots and in cauldrons and in pans, and divided them speedily among all the people. And afterwards they made ready for themselves and for the priests, because the priests, the sons of Aaron, were abused in offering of burnt offerings and the fat until night. Therefore the Levites prepared for themselves and for the priests, the sons of Aaron. And the singers, the sons of Asaph, were in their place according to the commandment of David, and Asaph and Heman and Jedediah, the king, seer, and porter, waited at every gate. They might not depart from their service, for their burden the Levites prepared for them. So all the service of Yahweh was prepared the same day to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings upon the altar of Yahweh according to the commandment of King Josiah. And the children of Israel that were present, please take note, kept the Passover at that time and the Feast of Unleavened Bread 7 days. Those that was present. And there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the day of Samuel the prophet, neither did all the king of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept, and the priests and the Levites and all Yehudah and Israel that was present, the inhabitants of Jerusalem. In the 18th year of the reign of Josiah was this Passover kept. Ezra, the 6th chapter. Let us turn there, please. Ezra, the 6th chapter. And I will close on this note. This will be the last chapter that we will use. Ezra, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Ezra, the 6th chapter, if we pick up at the 7th verse, and let's read to the 22nd verse in closing of this great presentation called The Hebrews, Passover, and the Diaspora. So far, we have found that there was no Passover kept in any diaspora, any exile, nor any captivity. Ezra, the 6th chapter, let's pick up at the 7th verse. The 6th chapter, let's pick up at the 13th verse. Ezra, the 6th chapter, the 13th verse, we will read to the 22nd verse in closing. And it reads, Then Teshna, governor on this side the river Shetar Banis, and their companions, according to that which Darius the king has sent. So they did speedily. And the elders of the Hebrews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, Zechariah, the son of Adu, and they built and finished it according to the commandment of the Elohim of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of this house of Elohim with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribe of Israel. And they set the priests in their division, and the Levites in their course, for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. That is the main point of this whole subject matter that we have in today. It says, and the children of the captivity kept the Passover. It says again, Israel, and the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first moon. for the priests and the Levites were purified together. All of them were purified together. All of them were pure and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves and to them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel, did eat, and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For Yahweh made them joyful and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. So this is the last Passover that is known in our history of our Bible. We find the first one in Exodus, coming out. We find the second one done the second year, the second month, or at least find the provision given for that. But it was done the second year on the 14th day of the first month. And then we find the first Passover done in the book of Joshua once we entered into the land of promise from the wilderness. And then we just showed a couple of testimonies as our fathers and great wise kings that were called the sons of David kept the Passover in their land as commanded. And then we showed the last Passover that is known in our scriptures, found in Ezra the 6th chapter, and that was done after the children of Israel came out of Babylon. There is no record of the Hebrews' Passover in the diaspora. There is no record of the Hebrews' Passover done in captivity, done in exile, done in another man's land. That will be the end of the presentation that is called the Hebrew Passover in the diaspora. We will open up for comments and questions. Give your brother 1 second. We are opening up for comments and questions. Shalom, Israel. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, Brother Samuel. It's Yahaniah. Great teaching as always. And anybody that still think that we can do the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread after that teaching, I don't know what's wrong with them.
Hallelujah. I don't either. And that's why we need to share. We need to share these teachings. We are eating bread and water free. We need to share this bread and water with our brothers and sisters that's paying for bread and water that fills them not. So we eating it free, and it's filling us up. We need to share this with our brothers and sisters. Don't let our brothers and sisters just keep talking to us like they keeping something when we know they ain't. Share it. Reprove it.
I do.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hallelujah. This is Deborah from Virginia. Great, great class as usual. All praises to the Most High. I want to thank you for everything that you covered. The beginning of the class where you touched on the situation with this so-called eclipse and everything, and it was very encouraging. The scriptures that you brought out, very encouraging. I had been wondering, what did the scriptures say about any of these things, but it was very well brought out, the things that you said, that we are not to be concerned with that. It was such a relief. I was like, hallelujah, and I was so relieved. I was like, okay, it took that off of my curiosity or whatever, or wonderings about, because it's everywhere you look now, on the news, the TV, everything, the internet, and I'm like, what in the world? I don't remember reading anything about this, So I was kind of like, what do the scriptures say about all this stuff that's going around? But hallelujah for you bringing it out, and the Most High answering my concerns. Praises to the Most High. And then you went into this, the Passover. I mean, wonderful, wonderful. I had just listened to the previous teaching on that you had posted up. I listened to that a couple of days ago again. So I'm just so excited and rejoicing for everything that's been brought out. It's so clear, and one of the things I noticed too is that in some of when you look at the instructions on the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, all you ever heard in the camps and all Israel is talking about now is roasting this lamb, and there are other things that were supposed to be done. So many places you read, it was talking about the rams, the oxen, you had the bread, different things like that were supposed to be done on the Sabbath and on these feast days for burnt offerings, and you never hear about that. And then on top of that, one thing they're doing in the camps, I think somewhere we read where it was saying it was a lamb for each household or something or another like that, and it was but when you go to these camps, they'll get one lamb, one big lamb, and cut it up for everybody in the congregation, and they just making their own laws and leading people astray. Ask the Most High, forgive me for those years I was in the camp and was thinking that I was doing something. We're not doing a thing. And the last verse, the last one that you brought out was talking about, in Ezra chapter 6, and what it was talking about, verse 21, it was talking about how the children of Israel, which will come out of the captivity, and all such as had separated themselves
from the heathen,
from the filthiness of the heathen of the land. And I'm like, oh my goodness, we're in the midst of the filthiness of the heathen with all the sodomites and all the, I mean, it's just in the idolatry and everything, and to think that you can keep the Most High holy day, the high holy days, I mean, here in this defiled place. It was excellent. You brought out about the how the law stated in the second month, if you were on a far journey. This is something I kept saying to people too, is that, wait a minute, why did he make provisions for this if you could do it anywhere? Exactly what you said, and it was excellently brought out. Hallelujah. Thank you for all that you have allowed my ears to hear this day. All praises. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And that was so very wisely spoken, my sister. And I truly see that Yahweh have opened your eyes that you can see and your ears that you can hear. Because when you brought up Ezra, the 6th chapter, I would like y'all to know, and I probably done said it before on one of our presentations dealing with the Passover, but Ezra, the 6th chapter, is one of the first chapters that Yahweh allowed me to see. And the next chapter was Numbers, the 9th chapter. And once Yahweh allowed me to understand Ezra 6 and understand Numbers 9, he sent me straight to my teachers. He sent me to Moray Elisha, he sent me to Moray Daniel, and he sent me to Moray Tyre. And we had a secret meeting in his house. And these are the scriptures that I stood on. And those men told me I was wrong. Even though every word is still there, those men that was teaching us to throw leaven out of our houses told me I was wrong. And that's why I wanted to bring it up, because you acknowledged it. You just acknowledged it. You acknowledged it that it was clear as day. And those were the same things I acknowledged 20 years ago.
My goodness. How could they rebut that? There's nothing. How could they go against that? And there's nothing in here, there's no scriptures in here that you said, like you stated, that support doing this in the midst of your captivity in your enemy's land. And I mean, even here in Ezra, where the Most High made, provisions for them to come out and be able to build again in Jerusalem. They didn't do it in Babylon. They didn't do it in these other places. I mean, it's just amazing. It's amazing.
Well, they did. They knocked it down, and I got a recording. I'm the only one got a recording of it. But some of the brothers and sisters on this line have heard that recording, and they know I am not lying. That I had a secret meeting in Moray Elisha house. I wanted that meeting in front of the whole class. They would not allow me to have the meeting in front of the whole class, so I had to have the meeting at his house before class. And I got it on recording.
What was their reasoning for still saying no? That doesn't make sense.
Because this is the thing. We got all type of folly days here in America. And we walking around in the delusion telling the people we holy. So we don't want to do the heathen folly days. So what do we want to do? We want to do our days. And I told the Morays, we are not here to do no days. We are here to mourn. We are here to suffer this punishment. And they disagree with me. Well, today, many of the people that was under that teaching is woken up. And they have confessed out of their mouths that they have been in error.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. That is, what is that verse, Elder? I don't know why I keep feeling like there's a verse I recall seeing somewhere about that, like what you just said about we are here to be in mourning for the things that we basically that we've lost because of the disobedience of our forefathers. I mean, we're here to be mourning and waiting until the Most High's anger has been subdued and He turned His face to us
Well, that's the message we find. That's the message we find in the Book of Lamentation. That's all through Lamentation. What you just talked about is found all through Lamentation. And let me take you to one quick place. It tells us in Lamentation 5.
Yep.
Lamentation 5 tells us, remember, O Yahweh, what has come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned into strangers. We ain't got it. Our houses to aliens. We ain't got it. We call ourselves renting. It says we are orphans and fatherless. Our mothers are as widows. We have drunken our water for money. You know how we got to pay for good water? Our wood is sold into us. Our necks are under prosecution. We labor and have no rest. There is no Sabbath. We have given the hands to the Egyptians and to the Assyrians to be satisfied with bread. Our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have carried, or we have borne their iniquity. Servants have ruled over us. There is none that does deliver us out of their hands. We get our bread with the pearls of our lives because of the sword of the wilderness. Our skin was black like an oven, not talking about a Negro, it's talking about famine because of the terrible famine. They ravished the women in Zion and the maids in the cities of Yehuda. Princes are hung up by their hands. The faces of elders were not honored. They took the young men to grind, like you'd find yourself in these jobs today, and children fell under the wood. The elders have ceased from the gate, the young man from their music. But y'all say we supposed to be making all this joy from music. The Almighty said, not in this time. It tells us in the 15th verse, the joy of our heart is ceased. Our dance is turned into mourning. The crown is fallen from our head. Woe, damned into us that we have sinned. For this our heart is faint. For these things our eyes are dim. Because of the mountain of Zion, which is desolate, the foxes walk upon it. Thy Yahweh remains forever, a throne from generation to generation. No matter what goes on with us, what Yahweh said is righteous. Wherefore dost thou forget us forever and forsake us so long time? And note the 21st verse. Turn thy us into thee, Yahweh, and guess what? We shall be turned. So how are we going to turn, y'all? How is we going to turn? He's going to turn into us first, right? He got to turn to us first for us to turn, y'all. We are in that type of darkness.
I know the brothers and sisters be asking, well, what are we supposed to be doing then if we don't be keeping them up? We're supposed to be mourning right now because you can't keep it. You're supposed to be upset you can't keep it, crying out like.
Morning, crying out, crying out to the Almighty about all the trials and tribulations that we endure on our daily basis. I mean, with our family, our loved ones, our spouses, all that we endure, we're supposed to be crying out, and Yahweh going to appear, and He going to say, I heard your cry. He ain't going to say, I seen your reenactment. He ain't going to say, I came because you took my name in vain. He said He going to come and say, I heard your cry, and I see your pain. That's why He come to save you.
They partying, they're not crying.
Another good one, Elder, is Zephaniah 3:18.
And I was going to use that. I got down here Malachi 1, Hosea 2 and 14, Zephaniah 3, 13 and 18. I just don't have enough. I didn't have enough time to use all those scriptures. I'll use that with the other part that I'm going to bring out. But yes, ma'am, you're absolutely correct, and it's definitely right here on my notes.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Great comments, sisters. Is there any other comments or questions?
I also want to thank you for bringing out about the eclipse, because there is a lot of people that have been coming to me throughout the week asking me about it. And as I said, Yahweh will keep us in perfect peace whose mind is stayed upon him. We don't have to worry about those things, but, sometimes when it's coming from my perspective, they want to know and they want to hear it from the scriptures and things like that, or they want you to comfort them in some other way, as if you can do something about it. They're doing everything they can to scare us, and if we trust in Yahweh, we don't have nothing to fear.
And why is they doing that? Based on what we brought out, and I ain't going to have you thinking about all that I brought out, based on Jeremiah 10:2, why is they doing that?
They're learning the ways of the heathen. They following after them.
No, hold on with me. Based on Jeremiah 10:2, why is the heathen scaring us with all these new casts and all? Why is they doing it? Based on Jeremiah 10. Turn there and look at it. Don't guess it. We just gave a beautiful lesson. We don't want to guess now.
Because they're dismayed by it.
Because they scared. They scared.
Yeah.
They scared. They scared.
Yeah.
They better be scared. You dealing with the creator of the heaven and earth. You better be scared, and they are. So they try to scare us too. But the Almighty told us, don't you be scared, because I got you. I ain't got them. They need to be scared.
And they are. They trying to find
they scared.
Mars and everywhere else.
Bunkers and everything.
You ain't the one reporting it. They reporting it. So they the ones scared. They reporting it. They just making us scared. They just making us scared because they reporting it, and we might don't have the understanding of the Creator. So we become scared. But once we understand our Creator, we ain't scared.
No, we're not.
Hey, y'all, who on the line worried about the eclipse?
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Who on the line worried about the blood moon? Is anybody on the line worried about the blood moon?
Nope.
Not me.
All right, then. We in that perfect peace that the sister just spoke about.
Praise God.
Hallelujah. Praise somebody.
I got a question, Brother Samuel.
Go ahead, sister.
This is a little bit off the topic, but this is something that I was reading about, meditating about last night. Jeremiah 17, verse 7 and 8. I was under the understanding that us being in captivity, how can we be blessed? Like a lot of us say we're blessed, and I understand us as a nation, we are not blessed, we're under the curse, but us as individuals serving the Almighty Yah, doing what he tells us to do, what all that we can do here in captivity, would we still be considered blessed as an individual as far as our individual walk and relationship with the Almighty Yah?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Hallelujah.
I definitely am. I'm definitely going to expound on it, because what I just answered might be heartfelt. You probably felt that like, oh, man, what do you mean? No. Because we must understand everything in its proper perspective. This is talking about people under the covenant of the law. And the Almighty had Jeremiah to go to these people under the covenant of the law and tell them, blessed is the man that trusts in Yahweh, who hope Yahweh is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, that spread out her roots by the rivers, and shall not see when heat comes. But her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. And this is the other thing. It says the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And I have answered this many times. I know who can know it. Those that trust in Yahweh. If you truly trust in Yahweh and quote and confirm every word, how can your heart deceive you? It can't. It's when you don't trust in Yahweh, then your heart deceives you. Well, let's trust in Yahweh. Yahweh told us when he brings his people under the law, if they keep his word, all of them, they are what? What did it say in Deuteronomy 28 chapter, the first 14 verses? If they kept all the words of Yahweh, they are what?
Blessed.
Under the blessing. Yeah.
They'll have the blessings.
Are we keeping all the words of Yahweh?
No.
Then we can't be blessed. We can't be blessed. And I heard you say one more. I heard you say one more thing, sister, that will denote that we're not blessed. But I know where you come from. But I still got to say it. You said if we serving Yahweh. Well, who's serving Yahweh today?
Nobody.
Nobody. We just read where Yahweh had to send Moses, tell Pharaoh to let my son go. Why? Where he could serve me. So we ain't serving him yet, super.
Yeah.
That's good.
But we are. But hold on. All is not lost. We are fearing him. We are waiting on him. We are departing from evil, so we got a great chance to be a recipient of his mercy. And I think that's what you wanted to say. You just used the word blessed. We're not a recipient of his blessings, but we truly a recipient of his mercy.
All right, well, I want to say one thing because that's like this is something that I was very strong on because, you know, a lot of our people say that I'm blessed. And I said, I was talking to my beloved Ami, and I was just saying, I don't feel blessed, you know, and it's not because I don't love the Almighty Yah. It's not because I'm not looking, you know, and understanding his word and what condition that we in. But I know the condition that we are in, the things that we are facing, we not blessed. And so we were talking about it, and so we were going through different scriptures and stuff, and I just feel deep in my spirit that there's no way that we can be blessed in captivity. Like all the things that I've read, all the verses that I've read pertaining to the blessings, we're not fitting it. And even though we fear the Almighty Yah, we love him and everything, we want to do what's right. The bottom line is we are in a condition based on what our ancestors have done is put us in a situation that we are under a curse. And we see it every day. We don't rule anything. We have no control over anything. So as sad as it may seem, the reality is we are not blessed.
Absolutely.
We are under the Almighty Yah's mercy.
And everybody ain't under that. The Almighty show his mercy toward those that fear him and wait on him. So that is something you're a recipient of, and you should be glad. Just like if you thought you was blessed, you corrected that, but you truly glad that you are a recipient of his mercy. And another thing that will not allow me to teach Israel that they are blessed is found in the book of wisdom. It is found in the 10th chapter of Proverbs, the 22nd verse. And would somebody love to read that? Proverbs, the 10th chapter, the 22nd verse. And this is another reason why your brother will not teach you that you are blessed today.
And it reads, the blessing of Yahweh, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it.
What? So ain't no sorrow going to come with the blessings? You mean 1 minute I ain't going to be blessed and the next minute I'm going to be sorrow? That's exactly what it says. Well, how do our blessings go? Ain't 1 minute we blessed, the next minute we cry?
Yeah.
Well, that can't be the blessing then. That can't be the blessing.
Yeah,
You can't be blessed. You can't say you blessed one day and crying hell the next.
Mm-hmm.
The Almighty make a distinction between that which is right and that which is wrong. So if you bless, he ain't going to miss the wrong with the right. He ain't going to mix that together. He the Elohim that make distinction. When it was dark, he said, let there be light. He make a distinction from the beginning. It told Israel to choose life or death. And what else did he tell them to choose? Come on, y'all know y'all read it too. After he told them in Deuteronomy the 30th chapter, the 15th verse.
Yeah.
Blessings and cursing.
What are you?
Blessings and cursing. There you go.
Hallelujah.
So how can you be blessed and cursed at the same time? It's impossible. He said choose one or the other.
Right. Because people be thinking, he blessed me with a new house that you got to make payments on, and then you struggle, and it's a curse.
Hey, Sister Deborah or Bishon, which name you go by? Both of them?
Deborah, yes.
All right. Well, the one I used to always like that the people used to use in class was a baby. Oh, Yahweh blessed me with another baby. And I done seen them same people that said that, and right now ask them about that baby. They trying to put that baby in jail. They trying to kick that baby out the house. That's the same blessing you were talking about 18 years ago. That's the same blessing you was confessing to, and now he jumping on you. He got you scared in your own house. That's a blessing? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
My goodness. Oh, forgive us, Father. My goodness. It's too much. And can I bring out something else, Elder, that about this Passover? Something that I noticed that, all the scriptures that we read, we were to keep the Passover in Jerusalem, one place. Now you got so many Passovers going, as many cities as you can name, they having a Passover here and there at this person's house, this person's banquet hall, this hotel, this little hole in the wall, and this, field. It's just unbelievable. Where they have not one scripture to show where the Most High said do it in all these multiple places. It's just, it's disrespectful.
Yes, it's rebellion.
And they just don't. Sad. Oh my God.
Today's presentation was called The Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora. Do we all understand what the word diaspora means?
Yeah, can you explain a little bit?
I didn't hear you.
No. Yes. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yes, I want to elaborate because one of our brothers asked me to make sure I give the definition of diaspora because some people might not know, so that's why I asked. And it tells us the word diaspora, the dispersion or spread of a people from their original homeland. So that definitely fits us. We disperse and we are spreaded of a people from our original homeland. It also, people have spread and been dispersed from their homeland. The dispersion of the Hebrew people beyond their land, Israel. All that denotes a diaspora. So we're just saying and bringing the fact that there are people teaching that the Hebrews can keep a Passover wherever they're at. A Hebrew can keep the Passover wherever they've been scattered to. The Hebrew can keep the Passover in another man's land. That's all we taught. And we taught that that is not truth. That's all it is. Just another word that we try to get the people attention with instead of captivity. We normally use the word captivity, captivity, captivity. Well, in some of our books, we find words like exile. We find words like diaspora. So we just used another word. We're talking about the same thing. Not our land.
Not our land.
That diaspora, or however you pronounce it, it just denotes it is not our land.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Exactly.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I got like a little comment. You said something I know I'll never forget. I mean, I'm always going to remember what you said today. You're talking about how the feast days and they have ordinances that need to be done in the land, in the promised land. And you said it is not the promised world.
Yes, sir. He didn't promise us the world.
That was good. That was good.
That hit hard right there.
Because we try to hold on one second, Gershon, before you say your praise. But because we always try to make a distinction. So the distinction we just made was one particular geographical location out of the whole world. The Almighty wasn't talking about the world. He's just talking about one geographical location out of the world. Mm-hmm. Just like when he talk about us. He ain't talking about all the people that he created. He talking about one special people out of all the people that he created. That's why he used the word chose. I chose you out of all the people. Same way with the land. I chose that land out of all the land of the earth, of the world.
Yep. The promised land, not the promised world.
Absolutely. And we should want it to be that land. Why should we want it to be that land? Because it's a promise. And we don't want Yahweh to be no liar. Some people want Yahweh to be a liar and they to be right.
Ooh.
If it's a promise, and our Father made the promise, we got to back him up all the way. Ain't no way in the world our dwellings could be any other place. Where is his witness? I thought you was a witness. I thought you was witnessing what he said and did. If you truly a witness, you got to back him up.
Man.
Hallelujah. Look how many witnesses he don't got that tell us that our dwelling is wherever we at. You're not a witness.
Man.
Great comment, brother, and I'm glad you caught it, for sure.
I sure did. It's gonna be for a long time.
It's gonna be forever. It's gonna be forever. It's gonna be forever. You ain't giving to change. The wise don't give to change. The wise stay firm. So it's gonna be forever.
Well, absolutely. But my second part of my time.
Go ahead. Hold on 1 second, so to let the brother speak. He ain't spoke in a while.
Yeah.
Been listening to us for a couple of years now. Go ahead, brother.
But I'd like to say, all praises to Yah, you know what I'm saying, for giving a servant as yourself. I mean, I can see your light by through your words, man. I mean, like through your words, I can see your light, man. I mean, it's all praises, man. I mean, like, yeah, man, that's real. I mean, all praises to Yah that I get to sit here and hear these words coming from someone who I know. I can see it through your words, your love for the Creator.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, brother. That's very wisely spoken, because I do love him and his people.
And I can feel it.
Yes,
See
you
it
do.
through your
Tell the word come out your mouth, you love Yah.
Oh, yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Go ahead, sister.
Shalom. I was just going to say the one part that really stands out to me as well is where the scripture says to keep it in all its ordinances and all its rights. I mean, how if you don't keep it exactly, that's to me, that's saying keep it exactly how I told you to do it, word for word. You know, don't let anything fall or be changed. Keep it exactly like I'm telling you. Why did he take the time to give us such instruction for someone to go and say, well, no, we can just go to Food Line and get it, or we can just, you know, do it over here? It doesn't. That's just disregarding the words of the Most High.
Yes, it is. And what is that called?
Disobedience.
That's called a lack of fear.
Well, what's another term? What's another term that the Almighty used? What is it called?
Rebellion and stiffness.
Wicked, rebellious. I mean,
those are the acts. Those are the acts. But what is the act called? Come on, somebody.
Disobedience. Sin.
Huh?
Disobedience and sin. I mean.
Well, no, that is another act. What is rebellion? What is disobedient? What is not hearkening? What do Yahweh call those acts?
Wickedness.
Boy, y'all is so close, and you're making me mad because you ain't saying it.
You talking about rebellion?
Somebody please go to, hold on. Somebody please go to 1 Samuel in the 15th chapter and do some reading for me.
Evil.
1 Samuel, the 15th chapter.
1 Samuel 15.
And we're going to get the answer.
Witchcraft. Yeah, that's what I said. I said witchcraft, yeah.
Who said witchcraft? Who said witchcraft?
Deborah in Virginia.
All right, Deborah in Virginia. I need you to start reading from the 22nd verse all the way till we hear the answer. And you're going to find the answer in the 25th verse. Start reading at the 22nd to the 25th, please.
Oh, yes. And Samuel said, has the Most High as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Most High? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Most High, he has also rejected thee from being king.
All right, let's stop. So what did we get out of the 23rd verse? Out of the 22nd and the 23rd verse, we got that those acts are sin. It also told us in the 23rd verse, for rebellion is as the sin. Mm-hmm. So I kept on asking y'all, I kept telling y'all when y'all was naming the acts. Y'all named not hearken, stubbornness, rebellion. That is the act. What did Yahweh call the act? He calls it sin. Now read the 24th verse. And we will hear it out the king's mouth.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed. I have sinned.
So what do Yahweh call that rebellion and all that? What do we call it?
Sin.
That's all I wanted to hear from y'all. Sin.
Right. That's it.
Y'all were just naming the acts, and I agree. Every act y'all named was correct. But I wanted to know the name that Yahweh put on those acts, and it is sin. If you do it any other way, than Yahweh said it, it is sin.
Ooh. Oh, my goodness.
That's all Saul did. All Saul did was listen to the people. He didn't do it the way Yahweh said it, and it was sin. You can't do the Passover no other way. You can't keep the Sabbath no other way. You can't be holy no other way. Come on. Any other way is sin. If thou does well, thou should be accepted. If thou does not well, what happens, y'all?
Sin is at the door.
Sin lies at the door of your heart.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I have one thing to say. Leviticus 26, verse 34, when it says the land will enjoy its Sabbath long as it is desolate. Now, nobody knows where the land is because the Almighty Yah said that the land was going to be desolate as long as the children of Israel were in captivity, correct?
Absolutely.
So where our so-called brothers and sisters think that they in the Holy Land in Dimona, if the Almighty Yah said it's going to be desolate, that's what he means. So all these people thinking that the Holy Land is over there where they think it's at, they're in error.
Well, they are truly in error, but we're not going to use Leviticus 26, 34, 35, and 43 to say they're in error, because during this particular time, this is being said in the wilderness. Well, these things actually came to pass. They didn't come to pass while we in America. They came to pass while the Israelites found themselves in Babylon. So when they were in Babylon, the land was desolate. While they were in Babylon, the land did enjoy its Sabbath. While Israel found themselves in Babylon. So we won't use that to show they're in error. If anything, we will use like Jeremiah 42, Jeremiah 44. We'll use scriptures like that. Jeremiah 24 about the good figs and the bad figs. The people that refuse to accept their punishment and call themselves running to another land. We'll use that scripture. But this scripture allows us to know that we would not be enjoying any Sabbaths while we find ourselves in the enemy's land. So when we read Leviticus 26, verse 34, verse 35, and verse 43, that is telling our brothers that we are not under the Sabbath today. The Almighty never said that the land will enjoy the Sabbath while you find yourself in the enemy's land enjoying the Sabbath. It does not say that. It is making a distinction. It is telling us the land will enjoy the Sabbath while we will not. That is what it's telling you.
Okay.
As far as those that went to Dimona, we got people say they in Turkey and all type of places. Well, that's fine. But you still find yourself in captivity because the captivity is on the four corners of the earth. We just happen to be in America. We always talk about as if the captivity is only in America. But if we know the flight of that ship, we know that we was dropped off many places before we got to America.
That's right.
Yeah.
So if you go to some place in Africa, if you go to some place in India, if you go to Russia, you're not escaping the captivity. The captivity is on the four corners of the earth. I hear people done left America, and they say they're afraid. They say they don't know what's going to happen. Their condition haven't changed. They just tell you they feel better where they at than they did in America. That's all they say. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed.
Just like in Dimona, they was put out. They got put out of Dimona, and they had to join the military of the enemy and do all that other crazy stuff. So no,
and they not ruling either.
Sister, they got to do that to become a citizen. If you want to become a citizen, you got to volunteer a year of service, and the woman got to volunteer 6 months of service.
Yeah, And then you think you made it to the promised land.
Just to be a citizen. Just to be a citizen. And like you said, sister, they ain't ruling nothing. They second class over there. They barely seen upon over there. They second class.
We are laughing stock. We really are.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And we second class over here. So wherever you go, you're going to be second class. You're not going to be the head. You're going to continue to be the tail wherever you go. So ain't nobody escaping. That's just our brothers and sisters' delusion from going one place to another. You're still in the captivity. And the Almighty did not tell us, I don't want y'all running from America. That's not in the book, because he scattered us on the four corners of the earth. So you still find yourself in the captivity, no matter where you try to run. Great comment. Great question, sister. Is there any other comments or questions? And what do y'all think? I hate to even talk about it, but what do y'all think about our dear beloved brother John Perry and his daughter?
Very sad. And heartbroken. It's sad. It's really.
Do y'all see how important it is for us to call upon Yahweh mercy? Can you imagine to keep walking in this dark earth and this life without him? We would die just in being disappointed.
I know.
We need the Almighty in this walk. We are afflicted. We are in trouble. And we walk in this earth every day in trouble. You need some assistance. And the only assistance that we can call upon is our Creator. We got to continue to beg for his mercy. Or ain't no telling what next might happen in our house. We got to keep praying to him. We got to keep fearing him. We got to keep calling on his mercy.
Only hope.
Yeah, some people say because they serve the Almighty Yah, they don't have to fear. Whatever. They say because they serving the Almighty Yah, they don't have to fear, and they don't even have to fear the Almighty Yah. That's insanity to me.
Well, that comes from.
That's insanity.
That comes from Christianity. The Christians tell us not to fear God. They said that you don't supposed to fear God. That comes from Christianity, y'all.
Yep.
And some of our brothers that call themselves Israel done tied that with their teachings. And now they telling you don't supposed to fear God. And that is the most worst thing that you could tell a man.
Gotta admit that.
Crazy.
But they want the people to fear them.
They want the glory. They want the glory. They say, don't fear God, fear me. they gonna put you out. They gonna ridicule you, criticize you, ostracize you, everything. But they hurry up and tell you, don't fear God, fear me. Ain't that something? Ain't nobody worried about what you doing. Ain't nobody worried about what you doing. I was ready to leave anyway. Ain't nobody worried about what you doing, man. I was on my way out anyway.
But some people really are fearing the leaders. They fearing them. A lot of people are fearing the leaders.
Wow.
And they listen to the foolishness and following folly and following things that the leaders are doing against the brothers and sisters and thinking it's okay. No, it's not.
Well, in my study, I was taught by the Marays, if a man put the word of another man in front of the word of Yah, you have made that man a god. That's what we used to be taught to be.
That's what they say they are.
And they are God because you are fearing them. You doing what they said. The scripture says every year and every 3 years you should pay tithes in the land of promise. The God before you said pay it on the Sabbath day. And what have y'all did? You paid it on the Sabbath day. So you made that man a God. You fear that man more than the Creator. I showed you the verse, and you listened to the man. You made that man a God unto you.
Yeah, they say I'm gonna listen to my teacher. I ain't listening to what you said. I have a sister that I told her that the Almighty God said the law is no more. Read Lamentations, and she said she don't believe me. I said, well, you ain't gotta believe me. That's what the word say.
Hey, and you see the slickness in that? That slickness have been going on since the wilderness. Moses had to tell those people, this ain't me and Aaron words. This is the words of your Creator. You're not murdering against me. You're murdering against your Creator. For these is his word. So they try to be slick. They act like they don't agree with you, but all they telling you is they don't agree with Yahweh. They know that ain't your words. They know who words you just quoted. So all they told you is that they don't believe in the words of Yahweh. They believe in their teacher.
Yes, Elder, and the big thing is Israel does not want to accept the words of the Most High and the fact that he said, when we're cursed, we're a proverb, a byword, we the tail, like he said, but we want to be like the nations. It's like, no, we not that, but then they don't want to accept what y'all said.
Absolutely.
We are cursed. We are vagabonds. we are not a people. We're not even a people no more.
We are cursed.
And we see that every time we walk outside, and we see our brothers and sisters, the way they walking around looking crazy, acting crazy, being crazy. I mean, it's disgusting. It's sad. And
it's just a proof. It's just a sign under heaven that you're cursed. That's all it is. It's just a sign. When we talk about what we see and hear of our brothers and sisters, that's us. We just different because the Almighty has showed us a little mercy to where we can see some light. But we still the same. Those are our fathers, them are our mothers, them are our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our aunts, our brothers, our sisters, our children. All these people we talking about belong to us. Mm-hmm. They just ain't been woke, or they just ain't been a recipient of the mercy that we have been a recipient of. But it's still us. That's why I said earlier, let's not be pointing the finger at our brothers and sisters that's Christian. Mm-hmm. Let's not mock them. Let's not laugh at them. Let's not ask ridiculous questions to them when all that is doing is like, aha, or I'm better. No. Yahweh don't like that.
Nope.
Yahweh said, if he was going to destroy your enemy and you did sin or you did something bad toward what he was going to do to that enemy, he said he would not do it. He won't do it.
Wow.
The Almighty said in the book of wisdom, if you see your enemy giving what? What do the scriptures say if you see your enemy downtrodden? What did the scriptures tell us to do?
You're supposed
By
to
way of wisdom. Help them. Give them bread and water. Give them bread and water. And why did the Almighty tell us to do such a thing? It sounds like a hard thing. Yeah, that's why he said he would do it, but it sounds like a hard thing to do. If you the oppressed, and then you see your enemy and he needs something, a person without wisdom gonna say, I ain't giving him nothing. I hope he die. I can't wait till he die. That's what a person gonna say they have wisdom. I mean, they don't have wisdom. But if he got wisdom, he gonna blow that oppressor mind. How is he gonna blow that oppressor mind? He gonna give him some bread and he gonna give him some water. Because he hoped that Yahweh placed coals of fire upon his head. Same way with the lady. When the lady had the enemy of Israel in her hands, what did she do? Didn't she give him a warm bottle of milk?
Yeah.
Do y'all know that story? Where the woman gave the man
put him to sleep.
Yeah, I know, right?
No,
the brother will be right back on.
Yes.
Who are we in a sad state, brothers and sisters?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, indeed. So,
we got to keep on holding on.
I've just been crying through the whole message. It's just grievous. Like,
it is.
It's grievous in the sense of where we at, how we're so far from our place where we should be. But
yeah, we got to keep holding on.
And keep praying to the Almighty Yah to please help us and get us out of here.
They wait patiently for Him.
Yep.
Giving up is not easy.
Sorry about that, Israel. We getting kicked off. But I was just talking about the story where the sister gave the enemy of Yahweh and Israel some warm milk. And when he gave him the warm milk, he fell asleep. The next thing she did is took a stake and a hammer and drove that stake through that man's head. But what was the first thing she did? She gave him bread. The first thing she did was gave him bread and milk. You see? You see what happened? Yeah. You see what happened? The Almighty delivered that man right into her hands because she used the wisdom. Now, if she wouldn't have used wisdom, probably would have killed the town. But she used the wisdom, got his trust, drunk the milk made him fall asleep, and then she could execute her vengeance. That's wisdom. So we don't want to be out here talking about our brothers and sisters just because Yahweh haven't woken them up as He woke you up. Let's pray that He wake them up like He woke us up. That's what we pray for. We don't pray that our sisters go to hell, our brothers go to hell because they went to hell. No, that ain't what we pray for.
Oh, no.
No, that's not right.
We got too many. We got too many loved ones that don't see what we see. And I ain't dumb enough to damn them just because I can see something they don't see. No, I'm not that dumb. Because the Almighty tells us tomorrow is not promised. The Almighty tells us don't nobody know what tomorrow going to bring. So tomorrow, the same people I'm pointing the finger at might wake up. They might wake up that morning. So who am I? I ain't the judge.
No, we show them the scriptures. We show them the word. And they got to make it.
And keep it stepping. Keep it stepping. If that's all you can do, keep it stepping. Don't start criticizing nobody.
Brother Samuel.
Yes, ma'am.
Your sister, my sister, she been in the true scriptures of Yah from Genesis to Malachi for years. Now you can't talk.
Hello? Ain't nobody on?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Praise God.
So the sister that was giving her testimony just got kicked off?
Oh.
Is that you, sister? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm back. It clipped me off.
Me too. Just hold back.
Go ahead, sister. We can hear you.
Yeah, because she's been in the true scriptures of Yah from Genesis to Malachi for years. All of a sudden now, when I am around her, she throws up her hand, and I'm looking at her, and she's talking about the back of the book. And I just asked her, I said, what happened?
Yeah.
She couldn't really tell me what happened.
Wow.
So how do you approach her, and what do you say, or even just not say anything and just listen?
I will continue to witness. I will continue to witness what Yahweh have done for me. I will continue to witness what Yahweh showed me. I will continue to witness and reprove my sister and let her know she in error.
Okay.
Now, it's up to her to accept it, but I'm going to cry out and spare not. So I'm going to go ahead and cry out. I ain't sparing because she done went into the New Testament. I know people that went in the New Testament from the Holy Scriptures and went from the New Testament to the Quran, so they still searching. They ain't found him.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you said, well, I've been knowing her, and as long as I've been knowing her, she's been studying from Genesis to Malachi. Now she's in the back of the book.
Mm-hmm.
But the Scriptures tells us, if a prophet is deceived, I have deceived him. The Scripture says, dealing with King Hezekiah, he didn't want to listen to Yahweh. He didn't really want to accept Yahweh's words. Yahweh's word wasn't pleasant to him. So what happened? Yahweh was talking to his angels, and they said, who will deceive Ahab? And one of the angels spoke up, and he said, I will. Mm-hmm. And Yahweh said, how if? And he said, by a lion's spirit. And Yahweh didn't say, oh, no, don't do that. He said, so be it. And that angel deceived Ahab and over 400 prophets. And these people been hollering at Yahweh, been knowing Yahweh from their birth. But at this time, they didn't because they were deceived by Yahweh. So who to say that our sister is not being smitten by Yahweh? So all we can do is tell her what Yahweh said and let it be and pray for her. That's it.
Yeah. Yes.
We ain't nobody. All we can do is hope for her like we hope for ourselves. We still praying for us. We still praying for ourselves every day.
We are.
We praying for our babies and stuff to be on the right track. The same babies you done taught from day one. Well, many of them ain't on the same path. We praying for them. Not along a friend.
Yes, indeed.
We all in this boat together, y'all.
Yes. We are. Praise God. Yeah.
But that's a great comment, sister. I can't really give an answer better than that because I don't know how she became a Christian all of a sudden, but I do have wisdom and I do understand the testimonies that I find in the Scripture, and many of our people wind up in those type of funky situations because Yahweh put them there because they really don't fear him or know him.
Mm-hmm.
Or they can be being tried, can't they?
Yes.
Ain't that what happened to Job? What did Job do? Nothing.
Yeah.
But all those things came on him. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing wrong. Mm-hmm. But the Almighty still tried him and tested him. So it could be a test. I don't know, sister.
Me either. But I will continue to, confront her with the true scriptures of Yah. Whenever we have a conversational talk, it's about Yah.
There you go. There you go. Well, you good. And you don't know that one of those conversations might change her mind. You be back on here talking about, remember I told you about the sister? She back. She back. That's what I be hoping for. I don't care about what we go through. That's all of us go through that. I'll be hoping for the return. I'll be hoping on the back end that the Almighty show us mercy.
That's hoping for that return, yes.
Yeah, on the back end, I hope we reward it. Is there any other comments or questions before they kick us all the way off?
Well, I would like to say that this is Samaj. I started a few years back, I think it was, and I seen some things that I couldn't answer, and I kept praying about it, and it seemed like I was being led other ways, and I did. I left and I went to other things, and every time I thought I had the truth, something came up where it made me confused, and I basically been working my way back because I've been seeing something what I seen that made me kind of leave. I kind of got my answer to, and then my friend, she actually invited me on the call today, and I basically been on the call for hours. So I definitely piggybacking what you was telling the sister, that you can work your way back.
Absolutely. And who is we speaking to?
Samaj.
Say it again.
Samaj.
And where you from, bro?
Buffalo, New York.
Well, we all welcome. We all welcome you, bro.
Hallelujah.
Welcome home. Welcome home, bro. Welcome home.
Praise the Almighty Yah.
Praise the Almighty Yah.
Yeah, the Almighty is very merciful, brother. He's very merciful. If a person knew my life, they would say, how in the heck did the Almighty put his words in your mouth after all you done did as a little boy?
Whoever he was.
So the Almighty work in mysterious ways. His work is beyond our comprehension. We just got to keep searching. The scripture says, I am found of them that seek me not. So a lot of times, many of us have been found, and we weren't even seeking him. He found us.
Mm-hmm. Thankful.
That. So the race is not to the swift. The race is to him that endures. So keep on enduring, brother. And I guarantee all your answers all your questions will be clear. Mm-hmm. Keep searching. Yeah. Keep running the race, bro. Mm-hmm. Very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
I'm filled up. I'm going to sleep good.
You answered a minute question when it came to this Sabbath and the Passover. It's just a relief for me.
Hallelujah. It should be a relief. It should be a relief for us all.
Yes.
Go ahead, brother. I thought a brother was trying to say something.
Yeah, this is Brother Nariah. How you doing, Brother Simon?
Hey, shalom, my brother. I'm just great.
Just want to let you know that I constantly listen to your videos.
I know.
Truly changed my life.
Me too.
I got a chance to listen to all of y'all while you put the presentation together. And I just, like I said, I thank y'all every day for you. Because you definitely, when I was in that hospital and they were putting that pick line in my arm on the so-called Shabbat, I cried to y'all, this was to be so-called Shabbat. I cried to him, and that video popped up. I seen you when you crushed Maria Alicia, and it's been nice ever since. That's why praise the mighty Yah.
Name my night.
Praise the mighty Yah.
I'm just thankful for you, and giving all the glory and honor, praise to the mighty Yah, and hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. His mercy endures forever, and I thank you, brother. Go ahead.
A lot of people don't realize that people that teach the book, this is the thing. You got to be willing to accept when you was wrong. I told her, but man, I was taught totally wrong. I was on the wrong, now I'm on the right. You can't.
Hallelujah.
If
I'll pray
if you can't say you wrong, you shouldn't be teaching. If you can't say you wrong,
Absolutely.
It's just a blessing, my brother. That's all I can say.
Hallelujah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Brother Samuel, I will be coming to see you, visit you one day.
I know you coming. I know you coming.
Oh, I'm coming. Soon as this settlement hit. Come.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah, my brother. Almighty, truly merciful. Got you up and going. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Very wisely spoken, brother. And I know everything that you're saying. I know your testimony, and I know you're real about it, too. And I thank y'all just like you thank me. I thank y'all for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from me. I truly thank y'all. I don't care if it wasn't nothing but 4 people. I thank you. Because I know the Almighty sent you 4. If it's 4, I know He sent you. He wants you. He wants you, y'all 4, to hear these words. So I'm glad for the 4.
Brother Samuel, are you doing every week yet?
Excuse me?
Are you doing the presentation every week? Because last week I saw 2 videos, and I was like, how I missed that?
I know.
That's what I said. How did I miss that?
I called in, and they said the call. They said, when I called in early, and I think you did too. Somebody said I heard on the recording that it was a problem. I said, wow, I should have called back.
When, today?
No, last week. Last week I called in, but yeah,
last week we wasn't available. So what I try to do sometimes is just share a lesson. And so, hold on. Again, I was saying, because the recording is stopped and we started back, I want to get it on recording. Sometimes I like to share lessons that I think people might haven't heard, or a subject matter that's going around on Facebook or social media. I like to share a lesson on that when we're not working or teaching on that particular week. Sometimes Benaniah, who posts our lessons on YouTube, he shares lessons. So I think there has been a couple lessons shared, and it wasn't by me. It was done by Benaniah. So it's either me or Benaniah sharing a lesson to social media until we come back the following week. That's all it is.
Great. Okay. Because I saw it, I was like, what? I'm missing a class. What the heck is going on?
No, you ain't missing. You ain't missing no class. You just introduced to a lesson that you might haven't heard, but you ain't missed no class.
I have not heard it, but I enjoyed it.
Last time you said you might be going every week soon because of your schedule change. So.
And I'm still trying to work on that. That haven't been definite yet.
Okay. I'll praise.
And have you thought about when we can all meet you one day and have a nice in-person teaching?
I think about it all the time. I just believe, I try to walk the walk of the Most High. I don't try to do my own thing. So I pray on it, and I know the Almighty gonna make a way. He gonna make a way to where it's very pleasant for us all, where it's going to be convenient for us all, where we all can come together and enjoy this great teach and greet, I call it, because we're going to teach and we're going to greet. And I believe that the Almighty going to eat. We're going to eat too. We're going to teach, eat, and greet. And I believe that the Almighty going to really set it up real sweet for us all. So I don't want to jump the gun. A lot of these things take money and finances. So I'm just waiting on the Almighty. It's going to work out, I guarantee it, because He knows all of our hearts. He knows all of our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Elder, my business, my building is always open for anything you want to do. Yeah, I got the big place, the big building, big kitchen in there. You're welcome. Y'all welcome anytime.
And that's in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
I'll hold you to it. and every other suggestion.
For y'all.
Yeah, we be seeing some of the food you be putting on social media, making us hungry.
It would be an honor to do that for y'all.
Hallelujah. 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 Praise the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
With all these people having the desire to come and see us and all that, we should be able to get it together. We're going to get it together, I guarantee.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I will volunteer to cook.
Say that again?
It's Gershon. I will volunteer to get on one of them grills.
All right, now we're going to hold him, too. That's Gershon from Cincinnati, y'all. That's Gershon from Cincinnati. Don't forget it.
Me too.
All right, bro.
We're gonna all put our hands in it. We all gonna
we are. That's what's gonna make it delicious. Cause we all put our hands in it. That's what's gonna make it delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the people that can't cook, just buy something to drink or something, you know.
Yes.
You ain't got to cook it. Everybody don't know how to cook.
No, they don't.
Everybody don't know how to cook. Now, I ain't going to be lying now. I mean,
no, you're not lying. This is true. Everybody don't know how to cook.
If my wife cooks something I don't like, I tell her I don't like it. I ain't going to be lying now. So you got to cook right. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I would just like to thank the Almighty again for allowing the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in His sight. Yahweh, our Master and our Redeemer. And I would like to thank the listening audience for lending an ear, that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will end today's presentation, which was called the Hebrews Passover in the Diaspora. We will end that presentation with Psalms 136. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalms 136 in closing. Psalms 136. And it reads, to remind us in closing that Yahweh mercy endures forever. Thus it reads, oh, give thanks unto Yahweh, for He is good, for His mercy endures forever. Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh, or give thanks unto the Elohim of deities, for His mercy endures forever. Oh, give thanks to the Master of masters, for His mercy endures forever. To Him who alone does great wonders, for His mercy endures forever. To Him that by wisdom made the heavens, for His mercy endures forever. To Him that stretched out the earth above the waters, for His mercy endures forever. To Him and only Him that made great lights, for His mercy endures forever. the sun to rule by day, for his mercy endures forever. And this is a great definition of when the day starts. What sign in heaven that denotes the day? It is the sun. The 9th verse reads, the moon and stars to rule the night, or rule by night, for his mercy endures forever. To him that smote Egypt in their firstborn, for his mercy endures forever. He brought out Israel from among them, for his mercy endures forever. With a strong hand and with a stretched out arm, for his mercy endures forever. To him which divide the Red Sea into parts, for his mercy endures forever. And made Israel to pass through the midst of it, for his mercy endures forever. But overthrew Pharaoh in his host in the Red Sea, for his mercy endures forever. To him which led his people through the wilderness, for his mercy endures forever. To him which smote great kings, for his mercy endures forever. And slew famous kings, for his mercy endures forever. Shahan, king of the Amorites, for his mercy endure forever. And Og, the king of Bashan, for his mercy endures forever. And gave their land for a heritage, for his mercy endures forever. Even an heritage into Israel, which denotes all of their dwellings. It says, his servant, for his mercy endures forever. Who remembered us who remembered us in our lowest estate, for his mercy endures forever. And have redeemed us from our enemies, for his mercy endures forever. Who give food to all flesh, for his mercy endures forever. Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh of heaven, for his mercy endures forever. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Rest well. Yes. Much love to you, family. Shalom.
Praise to the